Previously on the Adventure Zone.
All right, I cast Charm Person on Clark. Clark, my name is Taco.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's really super great to meet you.
We've known each other for ages. Right?
I feel that way too. Do you need any money or any? Can I just start? Can I give you all of the things I have?
There will be time for that.
The dwarf opens up his helmet, and a thick cloud of smoke comes out. My name is Boyland.
Excuse me?
This big crystal golem holds out one of its long, sharp claws and points it at Merle.
You.
A robot about the size and shape of a car engine. Are you in need of assistance? My name is Noel.
It doesn't have an L in it?
Oh boy. That's a real stinker, I gotta tell you. The central pillar in the room that is now completely crystallized begins to groan.
Sorry, did you say Billy crystallized?
All right, that's the end of the episode.
We're Billy crystallized. No. You look marvelous.
What mortal danger will our heroes not take seriously this week? Maybe they'll make some boner jokes at some skeletons. It's the Adventure Zone.
At what point, Griffin, we haven't solidified the structure of the episode now 33 in. What point do we get to talk about like our theories about what's going on and like fan theories? Is that in the after show?
Yeah, that's after the final roll. No way.
In the Adventure Zone zone.
Hosted by Chris Hardwick.
The Adventure Zone zone.
Yeah, we'll talk about them there. We'll get some like famous guests that love the program. I'm talking about people like David Duchovny. I'm talking about people like
Flavor Flav.
Flavors.
Like Flavid Duchovny.
Flavor Duchovny.
Flavor Duchovny.
Yeah, when they both stepped into the teleporter experiment, that was at that high school, but something went terribly awry, and they became one sort of slime man.
The whole gang.
The whole gang of people who like and listen to and enjoy our show. So yes, the room has just been crystallized. This the central pillar is this white light has moved into it, and it has started to groan, and these large cracks are starting to form in it, and it's starting to make some pretty gnarly noises. Just to give you a reminder, this room you're in, there's the door into the what was the last room you were in?
We were in Lucas's bedroom.
Right, so there's the door to Lucas's bedroom, there's the door to the room you came through from Hodgepodge, and then there's the door leading inward into the
And isn't there a mystery door?
Oh, yes, and there's a fourth mystery door that you could not get through because it wasn't active.
Even if I chop it real hard?
I mean, you could certainly try, you can do whatever you want. I was accused of railroading viciously in the Reddit.
Was that on the train episode?
Why are you reading the Reddit?
Well, I read the Reddit so I can figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, if everybody could...
That's where I get all my theories from.
Stop giving us all your really smart fan theories.
I figured the whole thing out now.
But, folks, it makes nobody feel worse than me because they're so much better than my own shit.
Yeah. But then people suggest...
I just picture Griffin going, oh, yeah, and writing that down.
So, then people suggest things that they think I will do, and then I read them, and I think I should do that. And it turns into this stranger-than-fiction, self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Okay, I would like to, before we run out of the room, try a chop on the mystery room.
Okay.
Just so I can feel like I've done something.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
What would that be?
The door has not. Oh, it would just be a melee attack. The door hasn't been crystallized because it's protected by the airlock seal. So yeah, it's just like not. It's not active. It's not working.
Well, I rolled a 12 plus 7, so 19.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough to wedge your axe in there and make a little hole. And through that hole, you can see through the airlock. It's open actually on the other side, and through that hole you can peek into what looks like another sort of private residence, like another sort of private sleeping chambers, much like the room that you were in just before in Lucas's room. Only it's not lit up at all. It's a bit. It does look derelict, but it is definitely a dormitory of some sort.
Did
Okay, great. Let's get out of here.
the nurse bot see that?
Yeah, and she said, "Hey, can you not? We should get the hell out of here. Come on, this is like a lot." Carrie Peach, who does like all the wonderful art for our show, did this amazing drawing of her and her sort of I'm just gonna say it, scrumbled together nature. And there's the best thing on it is there's like a little label on her that says NO period like number 3113. Like Noel. It's fucking perfect.
Good.
That's fucking canon. Okay, anyway, yeah. You're
All
in
right.
this room. This central
Yeah,
pillar
let's
is starting
skedaddle.
to crack. Okay.
Should we do a skedaddle check?
If you want.
Oh, critical miss. No, I got 17 skedaddle.
Uh-oh. You skaduple.
Oh, no.
You fall over.
I skadoodled.
Where are you going? What are you doing?
At the airlock. Like, the one place we were supposed to keep going, right?
Okay.
Like, my other option is back into Lucas's room, take a nap, and hope that it doesn't collapse. Is that an option?
Yeah, so you're making your way in towards the middle of the lab.
Yes.
Okay. You make your way in through that airlock leading into the center of the lab. And as you sort of clear that airlock and get inside of it, the central pillar in the middle of the room just kind of explodes, sending shards of crystal shrapnel all over the room. Although they just kind of stop in midair right in front of the airlock that you came through. And the curious thing about like the shards as they're stuck in midair is they form almost a perfect like dwarf shape, as if they were all targeting Merle when they flew in your direction.
Well, that's just ridiculous. What?
These gemstones, they done hate Merle.
And as they sort of fall harmlessly to the ground, you see that light pass through another rift and disappear.
Hey, Griffin, I don't want to derail it, but is this the gems targeting Merle or you targeting Dad? Is there something you need to talk about? Are you mad at Dad for some reason?
I'd rather not get into it.
Okay.
I don't want to.
We'll save that for the Adventure Zone zone.
Yeah, we're gonna go in the Adventure Zone untucked. We're gonna get into it. As that white light sort of disappears through the rift, you see Noelle has her little satellite dish that she has on top of her head that was pointing at her, and she says, "Hey, I just want to let y'all know I scanned that thing just to like try and figure out what it is, and it's of undead origin." But it's got traces of divine energy all around it. I'm trying to figure out, you guys know what's going on? I'm not a big fan of that thing.
Well, I mean, I've got some theories, but I don't think this is the time and place.
Besides, he read them all on Reddit, so...
Angus actually chimes in through your Stone of Far Speech, and he's like, this is killing me. This all sounds so familiar, but I just can't place it. And you hear him flipping through some books. He's like, I'll keep digging into it. You guys just keep on moving in and just regroup with the rest of the team.
Listen,
Hey,
it may
hey,
be familiar, but it's not too familiar because I've never heard of anything like it.
But not too not familiar because it seems like something I would know about.
So you're in this airlock that is another one of these branching pathways, and it's leading towards two doors, and they are labeled as follows. The one going to the left is labeled the Death Laser Calibration Chamber, and the door on the right is labeled Large Humanoid Species Behavior Modification Testing. And then that sign is actually scratched out, and underneath it, in sort of crude handwriting, is the word Hugbears. And Lucas says, now, by my calculations, I think I know where you guys are, and you definitely trust me on this one. You gotta go to that Death Laser Calibration Chamber.
Hugbears.
Bugbears.
No, trust me, you got
Bears.
it's gonna be way too big.
Bears.
Bugbears.
You're just yelling Hugbears at me. Now you know.
Bug hairs.
What?
What? What did you say?
I said we go to the Hugbears.
Okay. As you pop open the room labeled Hugbears, you enter into a pretty curious scene, and it's unlike any room you've been on in Lucas's lab so far. It's actually a pretty cozy looking living room. And there's a lit fireplace and some a mantle with some family photos on it. But this room has been turned over. It almost looks like there's a couch that's been overturned in the middle of the room with some scratches on it. There's some smashed teacups and spilled tea on the ground. There are a few potted plants that have been upended that are weirdly like writhing on the floor. And then right in the middle of the room is just basically a giant hairy mass.
Yes.
And you can make out in this mass 4 bugbears of various shapes and fur colorings, and they are all asleep. And one of them actually has a pretty bad cut on his head, it looks like. But they are sleeping fairly soundly.
And Ditto, just so I can get a full picture, is Noelle still with us, or is she like okay?
Yeah, Noelle's with you.
I'm gonna whisper to Noelle. What's up? What's all this then? Noelle, what is this shit?
What happened to them? Hey, can y'all check and make sure they're okay?
What is this testing room for? What were you testing?
Well, it's not really a testing room. It's just where the Hugbears live.
Oh, cool.
I shouldn't call them that. I forget what I'm supposed to call them. I just call them Hugbears.
Cool. Great.
What's the story with Hugbears? I'm not familiar.
Hold on, I got a truck passing.
Like a fart?
No, like a truck.
Oh.
I got a truck passing's pretty good podcast slang for I have to fart.
I mean, it's kind of an experiment, I guess, but mostly they're just like buds. They just hang out and help us out, and you know.
Oh, that sounds cool.
They do a little bit of work here and there around the lab. And yeah, they're good. They're good folk. I'm worried about them.
That sounds great.
I'm saying, like, take us in from the ground level on Hugbears. What are Hugbears?
As you say that, Taco, this Hugbear pile starts to sort of rustle around, and you hear some groans coming from it.
I am chugging for some hugging. Let's do this. I want to get in there. I'll hug these bears.
So you're just hugging them then?
Well, not yet, but I'm definitely gearing up for it.
You're not saying Huggy Bear like from Starsky and Hutch, right?
Good question.
You're doing your pre-hug stretches.
That's correct.
You don't want to tear something.
No.
I want to do a
attack.
No. I want to do a nature check to see if I know anything about Hugbears.
Okay.
Or can assess anything about this situation, about these creatures here. We got a 18. 14 plus my 4 in nature.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a Hugbear. There is such a thing as a bugbear, and you have met one, Clark. And the only thing you really know about bugbears is that they are giant and super strong and, like, unswervingly violent. They're just little furry balls of violence and hate and bloodshed.
I'll be outside.
They're irredeemable kill monsters.
Taco's good out here.
But
Noelle
friends.
said they were fine, that they were good folk.
Cool. Glad we all agree.
This Hugbear pile is now rustling and ruffling a little bit more.
Okay, so we should sneak past them.
I want to heal the one with a cut on his head.
Okay.
Cool.
Great.
You know,
Good
it's
for
like
you.
the whole Androcles and the lion.
I'm staying, like, literally, I'm not joking. I'm
Pull it
outside
forward.
of the room. Like, I'm not going in until
You're like in the airlock, like watching.
yeah, like watching, like, what are they doing?
I'm whispering to my shield about that time I fought a Hugbear.
I have
Okay, that's a lie. Oh no, you really did.
I rolled an 18, by the way.
Okay.
I have a big fake smile on my face, you know, like Ralphie in Christmas
Yeah,
Story.
sure.
And I'm walking up very slowly, and I find the adorable, sweet, open-minded, sweet demeanored Hugbear with a cut on his head. And I cast Prayer of Healing to heal his cut.
Okay.
All right?
He devours you.
You're devoured.
Oh,
You heal him from inside.
I'm willing to do that. That's how much I care.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 12.
Okay.
So that's
18.
18.
So you heal him for 18 points of damage. This bugbear with the cut on his head, who looks like the sort of the most grizzled of the bunch, that wound starts to fade a little bit. And he wakes up, and the whole pile kind of wakes up and very quickly sort of gets to their feet. And the smallest of this bunch runs up to you, Merle, and grabs you and screams terrifyingly in your face. And one of the bugbears says, "No, Christy, stop! Christy, stop! This is a different batch of folks. These aren't the folks that came through. These are different." And Chrissy's like, "I don't care. I'm gonna start biting."
Hi, everybody.
Who are you guys? What are you guys doing here?
Well, my name's Magnus. Big Bugbear fan, by the way, from way back.
Love your work.
Love it. We're looking for Lucas. We want to help him. There's a lot of scary, hinky stuff going on. We got Noel with us. Say hi, Noel.
Hey guys, these guys are cool. They're with us. You don't, Christy. You can set Merle down. He's good people. He's good folk. He healed your grandpa. So.
And I'm not really with that crew. They call Taco's my handle, and I'm kind of more with the airlock crew, which is me out here in the airlock.
Christy sits you down, Merle, and says, "I'm sorry. I thought you were part. We just got into kind of a skerfuffle, and I thought you guys were a party to that."
No,
sorry,
we don't party.
Quick check. A skerfuffle?
Yeah, it's what I said.
All right, listen. We're sorry that we interrupted your Country Bear Jamboree. We'll keep moving on along.
No, it's fine. You didn't interrupt nothing. We just were taking a nap. We got hit with some sort of sleeping dust, and
that's the worst.
Yeah, no, it's not a good night's sleep.
Who are these other people?
We should introduce ourselves,
please.
And one of the other bugbears goes, "Oh yeah, let's I guess we should go down the line. We're bugbears. You probably figured that out already.
Yep.
We're sort of the help here. We kind of help out around the place, and my name's Aaron Stiles. I help with his with Lucas's fashion. I help get him dressed. Barber stuff, shaving, that kind of thing.
Yeah, basic. Gotcha. You're his valet.
The older grizzled one says, "Oh, my name is John Cook, and I do all the cooking, and I guess I do all the Johnin'." And another one speaks up and goes, well, my name's Jamie Green, and I help tend to the plants and the stuff like that. I got kind of a green thumb. That's sort of my joke that I do." And Merle, the one that attacked you, says, "And my name's Christy Kilgore, and I'm sort of in charge of maintenance around here, but couldn't think of like a clever last name for maintenance, so I just kept my original name, my bugbear name."
Is
which
this
is
like a Jellicle
Kilgore.
Cats kind of situation where these are like the names Lucas gave you, but you have your own names for each other? Like these are
we have
humanist names.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, they're not our original names. We have our bugbear names, but we choose not to sort of remember that part of our lives because it was pretty. We used to do some pretty bad stuff out there in the wild.
Yeah.
Do you guys, or perhaps did you guys, depending, not really sure, know Clark?
All four of them look at you, Taco, immediately. And Christy runs over to the airlock door and shouts, "Wait, you know Daniel? You saw Daniel out there?"
If that's Clark, then yeah.
And Aaron walks over and sort of pulls Christy back, and it's like, "I'm sorry. How did you meet? Clark was his original name, but when he lived here with us, his name was Daniel. He's my son, and we're all family here. We're all we were a family tribe of bugbear that Lucas found and sort of adopted. How did you meet Daniel?
Well,
So was he? Wait. Was he Clark originally, and then he came here and switched to Daniel, and then went back to Clark? Is that what's up?
It's hard to explain. You may want to ask Lucas about it. It's kind of the specifics.
We totes well. He's our buddy. I hugged him once. He gave us some oolong. Then he joined in a Wacky Racers thing with us. It was great.
Is he all right?
He's totally fine.
He's totally fine. He once saved my life.
He's a good guy.
That sounds like our Daniel.
Yeah.
Well, he's actually the Ursine formerly known as Daniel.
No, he's fine.
We saved him from some bad dudes. He saved us from some stuff.
Well, gosh, we sure do appreciate that. We miss Daniel a lot.
No
around here.
problemo.
And we didn't kill him or anything.
No,
we didn't
he's
fight
fine.
with him. Nope, didn't kill him.
Okay, we need
I
to
guess
check. He's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
No, Dad, this is us telling you.
Dad, he's not dead.
Well, I know he's not dead.
Well, okay, now listen.
Why do you keep saying that he is?
Here are the two ways people say someone's not dead. He's not dead.
He's not dead.
You're doing the second one.
You're falling into
one
that
means
second category hard. You're leaning into that category.
He's not dead. He's very much alive.
He's not dead?
You're so bad at inflection.
I like that one because it betrays the actuality of the situation, which is, I don't know. It was 10 episodes
We
ago. I don't
did
remember.
fight him, though.
No.
He fell off the back of the car.
No,
Do you listen to our show?
Like we
And then
checked
you
back-
met him again.
We saw him
You think you
again.
killed him and that it was a fucking bugbear ghost that helped you out? And
We record these. You can listen to these again.
He's fine. Clark's fine.
Clark's fine.
Yeah, Clark's fine.
All right. Bugbears. Tell us about this other group that you encountered before us.
oh yeah, they were really rude. They came through and we offered them, some tea, and we just, we asked how they were doing, and they wanted to get by and head inward towards the, the inner chambers of the lab, and we can't let that happen, of course, and so we had a sort of a disagreement.
Pardon?
Sorry?
We totally gotcha. Why can you not let hypothetically a group of people pass by to get in?
Oh, well, that's like sort of our thing. We're like, we do odd jobs around the place, but we are still bugbears.
Yeah, so we're like really big. So we also do some light security work for the lab as well. And, we can't really let folks.
Well, what if Lucas said it was cool?
I guess that would be fine. He didn't tell us it was cool with this last group though. So
Okay. Well,
we got in a sort of a kerfuffle, and there was a little dwarf guy that attacked us. So we gave him a little piece of our minds. And then there was a lizard lady, and she threw some sort of smoke bomb at us, and we all went to Dreamy Dreamtown.
They sound like dicks.
I hated them.
Hey, Lucas, can you hear me? Come in, Lucas.
Yeah, okay. I guess you guys have sort of found out about one of my less ethical sort of experiments.
It sounds fine. They seem great.
Yeah,
No,
they're really
they really are.
sweethearts.
They're great. They have these inhibitors, these inhibitor chips in their brains that I was trying to come up with a way to have people that would do some help for me around the lab, but also protect the lab from attackers. And so I found
slavery, right? So that's like slavery.
I guess kind of, yeah, a little bit. But they seemed genuinely happy, and they didn't like me.
So
and
this
all
is why
violent
we
and stuff.
couldn't charm Clark again.
Yeah, I watched what you guys did with Clark when I watched you on the races. When I saw him pop up, I was a little bit surprised, and I gotta know, what did you do? What did you guys do to him down there?
We charmed him.
He's our buddy.
You used like a charm spell on him. Clark, or as he was known here, Daniel Butler. He was my butler. He
Lucas, you gotta get better at that. Come on, a little.
I know. I
subtlety.
thought it was cute. Anyway, he ran off. He got into a little scuffle with his sister, and he bumped his head, and I think it disabled the inhibitor chip, and he had a freak out, and he ran off and escaped. And all I can think is that when you charmed him, somehow the wires got crossed in his brain. As it turns out, if you inhibit all the aggression in a bugbear, they're actually very sweet. And so I think that he's a bit on the fritz, Taco.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, now I remember. I told him the first time we met him.
Yeah.
To turn him into, Kelsey Grammer.
I think the odds are actually pretty good that he's maybe going to be charmed by you forever, kind of on and off.
He can join a nation of podcast listeners in that particular affliction.
All right, so Luco needs you to pass on to these hugbears that it's totally cool for us to continue on our way unmolested.
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, you just gotta let them pass, okay? They're trying to get into the middle.
Before we go, will you tell us just a little bit more about the scuffle? Was there a problem with the scuffle?
Oh yeah, like you know.
Oh yeah, there.
Yeah, we were. We don't want to be rude. We try to be real nice here as much as we can. But yeah, these three. Honestly, it was just the dwarf guy that was mostly sort of causing all the trouble. He honestly reminds me of back in my day. One time, a guy came into my cave and I just killed him.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Oh yeah, I definitely killed some guys who came into my cave too. Just
you know,
for, like,
if that happens, you can throw them right off a cliff, and it's usually fine.
Oh yeah, I've thrown plenty of people off cliffs. That's cliff throwing's what bugbears do best.
We
really.
should compare notes. So we need to keep on the move.
It's all about the angle. The angle.
I think it's
of
about
how
the
you check
dangle,
them.
but that's just me.
Well, I guess we can let you through if Lucas is vouch for you. Can you tell me what's going on in this lab? Because I've heard lots of crinkle tinkles.
Oh yeah, you guys need to get moving.
Yeah, this is not a cool scene. You need to move on out.
Yeah, do you want to come with us?
I guess we could, but like,
Swear fealty.
Swear to me.
Sorry, I don't know where that came from. But like,
Seems
yeah,
like-
you all are welcome to join us. You just have to swear fealty.
is he okay?
He's fine. You should just do that though.
Noelle says, well, hold on. It might be kind of dangerous because it's all crystallized out there.
Well, that's
If
what
we
I'm saying. They
touch
should
it-
come with us. They can't go out that way, so we just have to keep moving inward.
Yeah, but there could be other parts of the. Why don't you? I tell you what. You four just lock yourselves in the airlock when we leave, and you'll be safe in there until we can come get you.
Okay. I think that's Griffin's DM way of not having to do 6 voices for the rest of the game.
Yep. Well, it actually be at this point it's like 8 voices because you got also like 2 different radios.
That's true.
This whole thing's gotten
Yeah,
wildly out of hand.
we're gonna elect one of us to speak for the others.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna write in a story element where they all like merge into one.
Like sliders.
Like David Slime Coveney.
Okay.
Can we get y'all anything before you go? Can we get you a tea or something? Can I give you guys a quick shave or?
yeah, I could cook you up a nice meal. I could make y'all a ham steak.
Y'all have been lovely. We have got to mosey. Farewell, we'll never forget you.
We will never forget our time.
I guess you don't want to know where the bugbear treasure is buried.
Wait,
But if
where's
there's
the
a
bugbear treasure?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing.
Hey, wait, I have a question real quick. Why is there a second dormitory out there? Do you guys know if you're like doing the day-to-day stuff? There was Lucas's room, and then there was like an empty room.
Oh yeah, that was Maureen's room.
And Maureen.
Maureen, that Lucas's mom.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she's not with us anymore, unfortunately.
Where is she?
You should probably ask Lucas about that when later on. You guys should probably get a move on. I get this feeling that the base is sinking, and we all don't want to die.
Yeah.
So-
No, I feel you. Did Maureen die?
Yeah, God, how indelicate can you be, bud?
Well, I didn't know her.
Well, he could have asked Lucas.
yeah.
Yeah, I can talk to you guys about that later. Can we get this show?
Oh, yeah,
on the road? We're
Lucas
running out of
can
time.
hear. That's right. Sorry, dude. We
Yeah,
keep going.
Thanks. Cool talk. Pretty cool day I'm having with you guys, my 3 friends.
Come on, Noelle.
Okay, yeah, you guys say your goodbyes to the bugbears, to the Hugbear family. As you leave the Hugbear room, you pass through an airlock that is just like a straight tunnel. And this one, this single door is labeled a Hugbear supply room. And it's where all the Hugbears cleaning supplies, cooking supplies, all of the supplies they need to do their work around the lab are. And as you enter into it, you realize that this room has already been crystallized. And there's some shelves with supplies all over it. It just kind of looks like a big storeroom. Even through your suits, you can feel this room is actually really cold. And you realize it's because there's actually a small vent to the outside of the lab in this room. And there's some snow blowing into the room that is actually like instantly crystallizing and falling to the ground. So there's like a crunchy layer of crystallized snow.
And how cool would you say that looks?
It looks pretty neat, actually. It's like a little crystal confetti cannon coming into the room. Unfortunately, right underneath that window, you see a crystallized figure, and it's pretty small, and it's wearing a null suit. Only the helmet is open in that null suit, and you see a dwarven figure with a cigar in his mouth.
Oh God, it's Merle.
And it's Merle from the future.
Twist.
No, you actually recognize this crystallized figure as Boyland, the dwarf who came in with Carrie and Killian.
Boyland is closed for good.
The sad thing is it'll never get to be Manland.
Why did he take off his helmet? He was always so stupid.
We probably just high-fived, by the way.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
In fiction. I don't know if that matters.
Hey everybody, this is Griffin McElroy, your Dungeon Master, your best friend, and your dirty little secret. Thank you all so much for listening to The Adventure Zone, episode 33. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day and your busy schedule to spend some time with four genuine nerdos as they talk about fantasy robots and shit. This week, The Adventure Zone is supported in part by Squarespace. Squarespace has been really a good supporter of the whole McElroy family of products for a really long time. They have the best tools that you need to put together a website, regardless of your level of experience. They got easy-to-use tools and templates, so if you don't know HTML or Ruby or Python or whatever the kids are using to make the websites we all love these days, Squarespace knows how to help you out, how to make your website. We made a website, McElroy Shows. I shouldn't say we. Travis made it using Squarespace, and it looks really great, and it has links to all of the different shows. We added them up. I think we have like 13 podcasts now, which is it's getting silly. Anyway, you can start your free trial with Squarespace today. Just go to squarespace.com/adventure. You should Squarespace. It's literally written like that. And there's been some debate between me and my brothers about the correct pronunciation. I'm going with you should Squarespace. We have a couple of Jumbotron messages on this week's show. If you want to get a commercial or personal message out there for you or a buddy or a small business, maybe a small business is your buddy. I don't know. Just go to MaximumFun.org/Jumbotron and we will read it on this show. Here's one from Zach Ayers, who wants you to search for Teenagers with Attitude on iTunes and subscribe or listen to their sampler by searching Teenagers with Attitude sampler on YouTube. Now, I know you're sitting here wondering, what is Teenagers with Attitude about? That just sounds like my whole life when teens come up to me on the street and just fucking bully me right there on the street. No, this isn't about those teens that bully you on the street. It's a podcast, and it's about the Power Rangers. Specifically, a podcast in which a bunch of adults sit down each week to talk about an episode of the more phenomenal 90s kids show Power Rangers. Listen to them try to figure out what the deal is with the big floating head in the tube, why Rita Repulsa can never quite seem to stop foiling her own plans, and why Goldar the Winged Ape Man has such a strong labor union. Having just finished the Green Ranger saga, they've got 20 episodes down and 800 to go, so now's a great time to jump in. There couldn't have been that many episodes of that show, but maybe there probably were. Anyway, Teenagers with Attitude. Go check it out. Here's another Jumbotron message. Go check out Friendship and Firelight at fnfpod.com or wherever you download podcasts. A lot of hot podcast recommendations for you this week. Friendship and Firelight is a podcast where we invite you to take a rest from your journey and sit around their campfire. They tell stories, they have some laughs, and they discuss all things nerdy and great. D&D fans should check out episode 3, where we talk about 5th edition, and episode 6, where we talk about the chaotic neutral alignment. Also, the show's music is by my big band favorite, Ira Ray. Are you Ira Ray? Friendship and Firelight, the podcast where the quest is only as good as the companions by your side. I like that. I like the idea of a podcast taking place in a place and not just like in the void where four nerdos just shout garbage about dice. Anyway, fnfpod.com. Check it out. I want to thank everybody who's been tweeting about the show using the ZoneCast hashtag, because if you tweet about the show using the ZoneCast hashtag, great things can happen. All of your dreams and wishes come true. You help us spread the word about the show because we have literally no other way of spreading the word about the show. And you could end up as a character in the show, like the huge slate of characters that ended up in this week's episode. I'm talking about folks like John Cook. I'm talking about folks like Aaron Stiles. I'm talking about folks like Jamie Green. I'm talking about folks like Christy Kilgore. I'm talking about folks like Daniel Butler, whose friends all messaged me to make sure his name ended up on this show. We'll probably have a couple more characters on this arc, and then a bunch more for the next arc. So go ahead and tweet the show. We really do appreciate it quite a bit. And while you're at it, go listen to the other shows on the Maximum Fun Network. I'm talking about shows like Jordan Jesse Go. I'm talking about shows like Stop Podcasting Yourself. I'm talking about shows like Throwing Shade and Can I Pet Your Dog and One Bad Mother. There's so many amazing shows all on MaximumFun.org for you to check out. And like I mentioned before, we have a ton of new projects that we're working on that are all collected at McElroy Shows. I'm talking about like my new video game podcast, Cool Games Inc. I'm talking about Schmanners, Travis and Teresa's New Manners podcast. I'm talking about Still Buffering, which Sydney and her sister Riley are doing. I'm talking about Rose Buddies, a bachelor cast I do with my wife Rachel. We got our fingers in a lot of pies, and you can find that pie display rack at McElroyShows.com. That's it for the commercial break. I'm going to let you get back into it. The next episode will be up on February 25th, and we'll see you then. Bye. So here's a crystallized Boyland. He has his helmet open, and he has a pretty grim look on his face, and he's got his cigar in his mouth that he had when you guys first came in through here, when you guys first crash landed into the laboratory. And he's sitting right under the window where the snow was coming in.
I wave my hand and see if his eyes move.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought maybe I could get him out.
Is the cigar covered with crystal?
Yeah. All of this man is covered in crystal.
How covered?
Completely covered.
Like, what's the thickness of the crystal?
Pretty damn thick.
Okay. Well, I feel nothing about this.
And yet you have so much to say.
But is it weird? Like, I feel no emotional connection to this crystallized man.
It's fucking savage, Travi.
Well, I barely knew him before, and I won't even know him now.
He volunteered at the Boys and Girls Club, the Boys and Dwarves Club, every single weekend. He, what else can I say? He had a gigantic family. Oh, my God. He was the father of 400 sons and 13 daughters, which is weird.
That's why he's called Boyland.
Yeah, because they spring from him, fully formed. And boy, was he just a great dad. He had a big old camping trip for all 413 of his kids planned for actually next week.
Oh shit! And he was 2 days away from retirement.
Are the
and he was
non-refundable or
for camping?
The camping tickets?
No, that's a good point. You would have to like rent out like a whole forest to get all those kids up in the mix. Anyway, he was the sweetest guy. I'm sorry, I did a bad job sorted storytelling, I guess, for him. And this in his brief eulogy, it's a shame that only now.
Do I have a marker or something with me that I can draw like a smiley face on his face?
Yeah, sure.
Does he have anything worth stealing that we could take?
It's all coated in crystals, right?
No, actually, he has a weapon, and it's kind of a small hand axe that he's got.
Why would you take that?
It's just a one-handed axe. It doesn't look like anything special, but it was coated in the null suit juice when he got sprayed down. So yeah, that would be protected. But him, he's all froze.
Yeah, that's too bad. I take the axe.
Okay.
All right, so we move on.
Oh, I should say something too, right? I'm a cleric.
Well, and a dwarf. Maybe is there like a dwarven rite, some kind of like, passage you want to read from the dwarf Bible?
I have to say it in dwarfese.
Okay.
Is that all right with you guys?
No, please.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get comfortable.
I fucking knew it. I could have written it down in an envelope, held it to my forehead, and said that's what you were going to say. I fucking knew it.
Long live Jambi.
Long live Jambi, but short live Boyland.
Yeah, Boyland, he always had a big cigar in his mouth.
Yeah.
And a
and not
story
even
to
in
tell.
a Freudian way. I mean,
And at least half the time I knew him, he was covered in crystal.
He always had a crystal to share with you.
yeah.
A pocket full of crystals he had, and he loved root beer barrels. Okay, so let's move on.
But wait, there's got to be some significance to the window. I mean, why would he be right under the window?
Because it's a no smoking lab, and he wanted to he had to blow the smoke out the vent.
I think that makes a lot
That
of
makes
sense.
a lot of sense to me. I think that's what happened.
He took his helmet off so he could have him a smoke, and bingo, bango, bongo,
That's it.
He don't want to leave
turned-
the Congo.
he got turned into a big decanter.
Yeah, you could roll an investigation check, but Circle gets the square. That's exactly what happened.
Boom.
I roll an investigation check just to be sure.
Just to make Griffin feel useful.
All right. I make an investigation check.
Oh my god, he's really doing it.
All right.
No, I'm literally telling you.
Yeah. Go ahead and tell me, but I rolled a 14.
What's your
No, you.
0.
Hold on. That's 14 with a 0 modifier, Griffin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, no,
enough for you to tell him what you just told him?
Yeah, he was standing next to the window and tried to vent his smoke from out of his suit, like you saw him do earlier, and some of that crystallized snow got on him. A single flake.
In our time with Boyland, did he seem like a total ding dong?
400 suns, 0 brain cells.
Ain't that how it go?
Don't it always seem to go?
Well, that's very sad, but I think we should. Of the Bugbear supplies, is there anything that would be salvageable that might be useful to us, or is it all just pretty common material?
There's a can of crystal beans.
I take it.
Okay.
What?
Is there any Wonder Glue? Because I've been looking for that stuff all over the place.
In Fallout 4, you mean?
In Fallout 4,
Fallout
but I
4.
mean,
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I even find myself walking through the grocery store and I see duct tape and I go, oh, I should buy that because I need it in Fallout 4.
That's actually, you can feed that into the port in the back of your Xbox, and that will
you can just feed-
work.
Yeah, that's how it works. No, there's nothing really salvageable in this room. It's been.
Is the
it got
axe that
crystalled.
Dad took any good? Should I fight him for it? Do we need to roll need?
No, it's not especially great.
Okay, you can keep your shitty axe.
It has every single one of his children's names is carved into it.
Oh yeah, please. I don't want that.
God, it's probably falling apart now.
All right, you moving on?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
So you're another Y chamber, another airlock. This one is a little bit different from the ones that you've been through, because the two doors on either end of it are kind of in a state of disrepair. One of them is labeled the gravity augmentation chamber. This actually looks like an older version of the airlocks that you've seen so far. The door just kind of looks not as futuristic. I mean,
It's like
still
made
is,
of planks of wood.
yeah, basically, it is a wooden airlock. It looks not quite that old, but it looks pretty aged. The other airlock is labeled the temperature augmentation chamber, and this door actually has weirdly enough, like a layer of ice around it, like it's been completely iced over.
Do we need to go find a plasmid to get through it?
Oh,
Shit, that is kind of like what that is.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Okay. Dad, which way do you want to go?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. We have a door we can't go through,
Uh-huh.
and we have a door we can go through.
Yeah.
Seems pretty obvious to me. We want to try the door we can't go through.
yeah.
Yeah,
for
I'm there
sure.
too.
We got to do the frozen one.
You know what? I
That's
say we
actually
just
not
let
a
it
big
go.
deal. Yeah.
Let
okay.
it go.
I would actually like to cast before we go through all the rigmarole, and because my spell fingers are getting a little rusty, I'm gonna cast clairvoyance,
Okay.
so I can see on the other side of the door there to try to get some sort of inkling of where we're going here, or whether or not this is like worth the certain to be 15 minutes of audio that it will require for us to get through this fucking thing.
Okay. Which door are you checking?
The one that
The frozen one. The one we
frozen
started
one.
with.
Okay.
necessitate magic to see what's on the other side of it.
Okay.
It is a create an invisible sensor within a range of a location familiar to me.
Oh no, I know what's up with clairvoyance.
Okay,
You don't have
cool.
to. You just don't have to make any rolls or anything.
No, just concentrate.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm choosing seeing, by the way.
Sorry.
I could choose seeing or hearing.
What? You could fucking taste the room?
No, it's just the two there. Just seeing.
You can
and hearing.
smell it. Smells like cold.
Yeah. You.
Well, he's got to concentrate first. He's got to concentrate.
I'm concentrating.
Hey, I'm not touching you. Hey, look, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
All right.
I'm not touching you.
Are we sure we're not Dad's dad?
Wait a minute,
the dad?
let me describe this. Justin's eyes are tightly cinched together. He has like a grimace.
He put a belt on him?
On his face. He has one finger extended. I can't tell from this distance. Oh, okay.
Okay, Taco, you pass through this icy door, and you're actually once you get through, the whole airlock tunnel is just a giant solid sheet of ice. And as you make it into the door, even that ice is sort of extending into the room, probably a good 8 feet or so of just solid ice. Inside of that room, though, you see 2 figures in null suits battling what appear to be sort of like ice-covered robots, almost.
We have to get in there.
This room looks like a winter wonderland, and these 2 figures are just taking these ice robots to fucking fool school. One of them is running up a wall and like hanging off the ceiling and just like throwing down daggers that are just like cutting these things apart. The other one is using a crossbow to just like blast them to little pieces. But yeah, in this winter wonderland scene, you see Killian and you see Carrie, just murking some robots in there.
So they're like holding their own.
They're really better than we are at this stuff.
Super better at it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's empty. Let's try the other one.
Are you sure?
No, I'm positive. It's empty.
Because I saw your eyes
Empty.
twitching a lot.
Empty as hell.
If he says it's empty, it's empty.
When you heard me say, "Oh shit, sweet flip," that was just a childhood rhyme I used to help focus myself.
So you didn't see anything. It's just a frozen room.
You're just like your mother would swaddle you, young Taco, baby Taco, and just sing to you, "Oh shit."
When you were just a taquito.
Flip.
Oh,
You're
dip,
just a-
sweet flip, my little nugget.
Hot stunts, cool nights. Hot stunts, cool nights.
Are those ice robots? Oh, dunk.
Wait, there's ice robots in there?
That's part of the
No, that's just
rhyme.
it's just part of the song.
Just part of the song.
It's oddly appropriate.
No, but yeah, it's empty.
Because I think I can hear fighting.
You don't hear
Like clanging.
You don't hear shit. There's 8 inches of ice between us and the ice robots.
There's ice robots?
Son of a bitch. Yeah, there are ice robots. Fine. Fuck.
Do they have arms?
No, currently, yeah.
The ice. Can you melt it?
I cast. How about if I cast Sacred Flame just to see if it'll open if we thaw it out?
But it's empty.
Okay.
That ship has sailed, hasn't it?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to pull it off.
Okay. Kidding aside, there are people that I wasn't kidding. It's lying. They're in there. Killian and Carrie are in there, and they're handing a couple ice robots. They're metal asses, but they have it under control. By no means do I think they are in need of our specialized services.
Gotcha. So let's check out the fizzy lifting room.
Cool.
Okay, as you open up the door to the gravity augmentation chamber, you see a large spherical chamber that is pretty dark and pretty dirty. It looks like nobody's really been in here in a while. And things in this chamber are just floating in space. There's a lot of just sort of flotsam and jetsam, and it almost looks like Lucas has just kind of been throwing his trash into this room, because there's like a refrigerator floating around and like some just panes of glass flying around and some cages flying around, some microscopes and some just industrial equipment and crates and barrels just kind of floating around in this chamber without the effects of gravity on it.
Hey, Lucas.
Yeah, what's up?
What's with your trash room?
Oh, bless this mess, right? Yeah, I'm not especially great about like getting rid of my junk because I might need it again someday, and also I guess I don't really know where you throw away industrial waste. So that chamber actually, Maureen, my mother, she actually worked on it to sort of master gravity, anti-gravity technology. It's actually helped make our labs and your headquarters. So
and you made a weird shrinking elevator thing. Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, right?
Well,
do you remember when
your
you went down
mom
there?
made anti-gravity?
Okay, yeah, she
Yeah,
had.
it's pretty cool.
She had
Yeah.
some stuff going.
Was that before she died that she made?
Well, I would have to assume.
Cool and neat. Anyway, yeah, just get through there and come on, you're getting close.
I jump.
You jump into the anti-grav room?
Yes.
Okay, you're in there, and sure enough, you're just floating now through the room.
It's everything I dreamed it would be. I feel alive for the first time.
You're experiencing the magic of flight.
Uh-huh.
And it's pretty well. You're actually having to like scoot some trash out of the way as you fly through the garbage
Still
room.
pretty good.
Yeah, if it weren't for all the garbage, this would be like the most miraculous experience basically ever.
Okay, now Taco takes my hand and we leap out together, and I look at him and I say, "Can you read my mind?"
Is that a
We'll see
reference?
who gets that joke later.
Okay, because it's not us. The people on the show you're doing it with.
It was Superman, right?
It's a Superman reference.
Okay.
Thank you, son.
At least I paid attention when
I
we
know.
sat at your lap, your fatherly lap,
Last year.
the fatherly hearth.
Your weird 3 laps that you have.
That you had installed.
Well, that's going to get some fan art.
Your
yeah.
dorsal lap. Noelle follows you into the chamber too.
Noelle, look at me.
You're doing great.
I'm an
You're like-
angel.
Yeah, you're a beautiful angel, and you're floating around, and you're doing such a great job.
Are you proud of me?
I'm real proud of you.
How do I
a
get
stunt.
down?
Hey, Magnus, do a stunt.
I do a stunt.
Oh man.
Oh, that's an 18 on stunts.
You don't really have anything to push yourself off on, so you just kind of like twist around. But she's oh wow, that was real good, Magnus.
Am I the best at stunts?
You're the best at flipping and spinning.
Thank you.
You're so great.
All right.
Taco, and Merle, you guys do a duo stunt.
No.
Okay, I thought you'd have fun in the zero gravity room, but that's
This isn't about fun.
I can fly whenever I want, so it's like pshaw.
Yeah, I can like just standard not do magic, so this is like the best I've ever felt ever.
Yeah, that's pretty good, I guess.
Do you want to stay here?
No. I just signed a lease on a condo.
Y'all hear something coming from a pretty big ball of rubble below you towards the center of the room. And emerging from that ball of rubble, you see 3 shapes sort of push themselves off the bottom of this spherical room and start to move upward toward the 3 of you very slowly. And you can't really get a beat on what these 3 figures are. They got this like pink, weirdly shiny, like bubblegum skin almost, and they have these 8 like padded feet and these circular snouts with this row of sharp teeth all around them. And they got these 8 legs that are ending in these like gross, wispy tendril fingers.
And they seem friendly?
They're not making any noise, and they're not really animating very much. They're just kind of floating up in your general direction.
Okay. Hey, Lucas, me again.
Yeah, what's up?
What's
you
with
guys having fun in my trash room?
What's the weird bubblegum octopus things?
Weird bubblegum? What are you talking about?
Yeah, they got a snout. Griffin described it better. Were you listening? Were you listening when he described it?
I mean, there shouldn't be anything in that.
There's like
room.
3 of them. They're in broken cages. They're floating to me in a very threatening manner.
They're just tardigrades. Well, they're just little guys.
It's pretty big.
They're microscopic. We were doing experiments on zero gravity, like animals, how they thrive in it, and Yeah, no, tardigrades, they're microscopic. Quit being,
No, these
quit
have
being so
thrived.
dramatic.
Thrived
They
is
are
a good
thrived
word.
as hell.
Wait, what?
It's like the size of, I don't know, how would you describe it, Griffin?
A car engine.
Yeah, they're about the size of a car engine. He says
that
no,
could be
that's not-
anything.
That's not possible. These tardigrades are microscopic creatures. They
I
call
hold the Negus up. Look.
Oh shit! I can't see, but now I believe you.
Thanks.
You guys need to get out of there.
Yeah.
Tardigrades are we call them unkillable water bears. You got to get the fuck out of there.
You call them
Everything
that?
a bear here.
I push off some garbage towards the door. Bye.
Okay, as you push off some garbage to start floating away from the door, the 3 tardigrades, which is a real animal. I was doing some Googling around, guys. This is a neat animal. They do zero gravity environments on them. Do a quick Google search.
They're one of Sydney's favorite animals, actually. She thinks they're adorable.
They're adorable. But these
how do you
three,
spell it?
like TARDIS, and then grade.
Oh. Okay. Uh-huh. I don't like that.
Yeah, when they're U size, they're definitely less adorable.
It does look like a super fat angry manatee, though.
Yeah, and these 3 super fat angry manatees.
I could probably sound like this. I'm a tardigrade. I'm gonna eat you because I'm angry.
The bad thing about tardigrades is that they basically will eat anything.
And just
Some water bears have been known to eat entire live organisms like rotifers and other tardigrades.
or elves, human, and dwarves, because all 3 of these shoot out these long, fleshy pink proboscises. Well, boy, that's a fun, pleasant mental image. At all 3 of you, and I need all 3 of you guys to make dexterity saving throws with disadvantage, because you don't really have anything to move off of.
Even though I said I pushed off some garbage?
All right, you don't have disadvantage.
Yeah. 19!
18.
Taco, you don't really need to roll again. Merle, you do, because you have disadvantage.
Let's see if I can get a 1.
Wait a minute.
Disadvantage means you roll twice and you take the
the
lower
worst.
of the 2.
8.
Okay.
Did you guys know that tardigrades were first discovered by a German pastor named Johann August Ephraim Guys?
Thanks, Siri.
You're welcome. Just a little thing I learned from the Tardigrade Wiki. Knowledge is power. I'm just looking for something that'll help me beat them.
Okay. Yeah. It's definitely. I definitely wanted to send you on a fucking science hunt. That's the key
You
to winning this
literally
battle.
told him to Google them. You literally said
I guess that's true. Yeah, now that you've spoken the name of their discoverer, all 3 just disintegrate. Well done. You figured out our secret.
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture. Artist owned.
Listener supported.
Hi, I'm Sydney McElroy.
And I'm Riley Smurl, and we co-host a podcast called Still Buffering, a sister's guide to teens through the ages.
On our show, we tackle all of the hot teen topics that kids have on their minds today.
Hot teen topics?
Well, you know, the questions that are plaguing teenagers through their tumultuous growing years. Questions like,
how do I party?
Or what do I do with all this hair everywhere?
The same questions that people like Sydney had during their years as teenagers. Many.
Okay, not that many.
So long ago.
Yeah, okay, I think they get the idea. So search for Still Buffering on iTunes or MaximumFun.org for new episodes every Tuesday. Still Buffering.
I am a teenager.
And I was too.
Over and over again. Over and over
Previously on the Adventure Zone.
If his lab touches the ground, whole planet crystal.
We're sending you in to detain and extract Lucas for his abuse of confidential information. Standard protocol applies. These suits allow you to cancel out a particular school of magic. Any transmutation magic that tries to affect you or any of the belongings you brought are going to be impervious. The shards, they were all targeting Merle when they flew in your direction.
Well, that's just ridiculous, right?
These gemstones, they done hate Merle.
The whole airlock tunnel is just a sheet of ice. You see Killian and you see Carrie just murking some robots in there.
They're really better than we are at this stuff.
Super better at it. So let's check out the fizzy lifting room.
Things in this chamber are just floating in space. You see 3 shapes start to move upward toward the 3 of you very slowly. Oh, they're just tardigrades. Well, they're just little guys.
It's pretty big.
Like
Some water bears have been known to eat entire live organisms like rotifers and other tardigrades.
Mm-hmm. Or elves, human, and dwarves.
Hey, gang. I've got to keep my voice down because I just put the spooky kids to bed. Anyway, enjoy the episode. It's the Adventure Zone.
So you're in the zero gravity trash room, and
Angry manatees.
Yes, and these guys have just shot out their proboscis at the 3 of you, and unfortunately, Merle and Taco, you missed your saving throws, and you have been grabbed by these proboscises. Taco or Magnus, you push off of a box or something and manage to get out of the way of it.
It's real cool.
Let's roll initiative real quick.
Oh, not great. That's a 6.
Also 6.
Also 6.
Fuck me.
666.
No. We're going to die.
Yeah, but I rolled twice. Remember?
Oh, thank God.
19.
Nice.
Damn. All right.
I turn my special belt to tardigrade.
Okay, yeah, it has a setting for fire, ice, lightning, and microscopic water bears. So you're good. Who's got the higher dex between Taco and Magnus?
My dex is 2 modifier, 14.
You're not in this fight
you are.
anymore. I'm saying he's like can't even compete with my dex because it's like.
What is it?
I mean, my dexterity is 18. My modifier is 4.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah,
Your
man.
dexterous is a motherfucker.
I have really good acrobatics. I've just never used it for some reason.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I have a +7 to acrobatics.
You're a fucking flip wizard, and you haven't done anything with that.
I haven't
Cool.
had
Wait.
I'm a
Oh
flip
shit.
wizard.
Sweet flips.
Yeah. That's what I was getting around to with this episode, but I didn't really get to unveil that part of my. It didn't happen.
Good news. You're in anti-gravity now.
And you're an underachiever.
Yeah. Okay. First in the order is Merle. You are you have been grabbed. So if you want to try and get out of this thing's slimy grasp, you're gonna have to make a strength check. It's starting to pull you towards it, though. It's retracting this proboscis. It's about 10 feet away from you, and it's kind of like eating its own like tongue, pulling you backwards into
Gross. Like
Okay.
bubble tape.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to feel like you're railroading me, but I'm going to make a strength check.
Okay.
I don't think you know what railroading is.
18 plus 2. That's 20.
I got a 13. So you've managed to wriggle free of this thing's grasp. You are still kind of slowly moving towards it, just because of inertia. But you are no longer restrained by this thing.
Is it moving? Are they moving towards us as well? Still?
Yeah. This one was also moving a little bit towards you.
All right. I am going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay. Is this the Delarice spell?
No, that's different Guardians. No, this is no. Wait a minute.
I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing because I doubt you. I'm laughing because like clerics just have like 20 different guardians. You're basically a Pokemon master of angels.
These okay, so these are a bunch of little spirits that flit around in a sphere of like 15 feet.
Okay.
Around me, and any creature is for one thing, their speed is halved in the area, and when they enter the area for the first time, they have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d8 radiant damage.
Whoa.
Okay, and that's your turn, right?
That's it.
Okay. Tardigrades are up next.
Fuck.
So the two that managed to Yoshi tongue you, Merle, and you, wait, who didn't get tongued?
I did not.
Taco's the only one still tongued.
Yeah, those two tardigrades are definitely going to be in that field just because they were sort of pulling you towards them. So you four are kind of in the same area. So they're going to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll roll with the one that tongued Taco. That's a 19 plus 1, so 20. That beats it. And then the one that had you, Merle, hold a 4. That did not save it. So he takes what?
I rolled 3d8, 2, 8, 8.
Nice.
So 18.
Okay, yeah, you burn him up real good. Your little guardians, are they actual like little like butterflies?
They're tiny Delareses.
They're like they're little tiny. No, who's the Roma Downies? These are little tiny Roma Downies.
Okay, 100 little Roma Downies.
Yeah,
speaking in 100 unintelligible accents. All just pierce this thing all at once, and it looks really, really, really bad off. So they're all going to take turns now. This thing, Merle, is now, because of sort of the inertia has carried it forward, it's pretty close to you, so it's just going to try and take a big bite out of you.
Ha! Good luck.
That is a 14 plus 6, 20.
So that's where I take my armor class. That's 18. So I guess that's a hit.
Yeah, that is 12 points of damage.
Oh, that's not bad. You'll be fine.
As this thing just kind of bites onto your arm. Yeah, it didn't get through your suit, but I guess you're taking crushing damage. And then...
And did you say under my arm so that it bit my pit?
Yeah, it bit your armpit because it's a fucking nasty boy.
Awful.
Taco, the one that has you all tongued up, is going to quickly retract its tongue, bringing you right into its mouth zone. He's going to take a big bite of you, too. Gosh, that is 21. It's going to hit your AC.
Yep.
For 15 points of damage.
Okay.
As this thing takes a big old bite out of you.
All right.
And then Magnus, the one that missed its tongue attack on you, looks kind of sad. He's just going to hawk a big black tar-like loogie in your direction. So make a dexterity saving throw to get out of the way of his projectile black spit.
13 plus 2, 15.
That is not going to do it.
Damn it.
Yeah, you are hit by this poison spit.
2 points of damage. It actually heals me.
Weird, it heals you. It was healing poison. No, that is 19 points of damage.
What the fudge?
As this black goo sort of sinks into your suit and gives you bad feelings all over your skin. But it also kind of recoils because of that spit and is now sort of floating backwards into the big pile of debris that it climbed out of. It's sort of floating backwards. There's a couple. Let me explain some of the things that are in this room that, if you want, you could take advantage of. Like I said, a refrigerator, a large pane of glass, 3 broken cages, some microscopes, 2 fire extinguishers, a set of weights, a giant industrial fan blade, wooden crates, and a red barrel.
Great.
That's it for the tardigrades. Next up is fucking Flip Wizard McGee, Taco.
Flip Wilson.
Popular Flip Wizard.
The devil made him do it.
Okay, there's a hit Flip Wilson impression for everybody. For everyone to enjoy. Something the whole family can enjoy. Flip Wilson.
I do flip.
I love it when you do your FMDJ voice.
Coming up next, more Flip Wilson impressions. I am going to cast one of my famous, as they say, spells, if you're ready. This spell is called Phantasmal Killer. It's the coolest spell I can find.
You cast spells like Perd Hapley. I am now going to cast a spell.
I'm casting has
and the name of this.
Okay, so I just want to educate real quick everybody about tardigrades, okay? They can survive a few minutes at 304 degrees Fahrenheit. They can survive 30 years at negative 20 degrees Celsius. They can survive a few minutes at negative 1,000 degrees Kelvin. They can just survive a few days at negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit. They can go without water for 10 years. These are savage beasts, and I'm going to haunt them with the only thing that can stop them, their own fears. What is a tardigrade fear? I can't fathom it because it's unkillable.
How about a dentist? Because all those teeth.
It is unfathomable what I'm about to conjure, but it is a phantasmal killer. I'm going to tap into its nightmares and create of the one that fucking attacked me, Natch, and it will create a illusory manifestation of its deepest fears, visible only to that creature. It must make a wisdom saving throw, which if tardigrades are wisdom rich, you can go fuck yourself.
Okay.
On a failed save, the target becomes frightened for the duration. At the start of each of the target's turns before the spell ends, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 4d10 psychic damage.
Fuck me.
On a successful save, the spell ends.
So at the start of its next turn, it would take that damage.
Yes, correct.
Okay. But I have to make a save right now to see if I can get away from it. Jesus. It's a critical failure.
Great. He's super scared.
This thing makes a noise because, like you said, they're unkillable, just like emotionless monsters. This thing makes a noise that makes you think that the Satan that Satan's afraid of just appeared in front of it.
And who is it he dreaming of? Why?
Yeah, I think
it's none other than Johann August Ephraim Goes, his discoverer.
This thing is scream gurgling, and it's a horrible, horrible, horrible sound. And it actually unlatches its tongue from you and kind of like pushes you away from it to try and like get away from this double Satan.
Enjoy your taste of taco.
Yeah,
that's what I say to it.
Is that the new?
Well, only for things that bite me in the dick.
Is that where it bit you?
And right in the dick.
Oh my god!
I edited it out, but yeah, it bit him right in the dick. Magnus, you're up.
How close are the fire extinguishers?
One is right next to you.
I grab it.
Okay.
And I'm going to use it to propel me at, like, Wall-E style at, I don't know, let's say the one that just bit Merle's armpit. No, that one took some damage already. At the one who's sad about not getting to bite me with my shield in front of me. So I'm basically like cannonballing into it.
Okay, yeah, I like the Wall-E comparison best.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you're gonna launch yourself at this thing. I'll give you advantage on the attack because this is cool.
Great. What kind of attack do you think it would be?
It's up to you if you want to try and like hit it with your axe as you go flying by it, or if you want to like try and just bash it with your shield.
I want to bash it with my shield in the face.
Okay.
Real good.
I don't really know how attacking with the shield. Go ahead and make you're definitely proficient in shield, so
that was not great. Okay, that one's better. So that's 15 plus 7, 22.
Yeah, that's a hit. And we'll say, let me think. What's your axe do?
One-handed is 1d8 plus 6.
Why don't you just do 1d6 plus 6? We'll just take it one dice down.
Great. That is 5 plus 6, 11.
Okay. This thing takes 11 points of damage, and you send it like flying backwards towards the big sort of thing of flotsam and jetsam that the other guy ran off to. So yeah, they're all kind of towards the bottom of the room now. That's it for.
Well, I get a second attack Come on.
Oh, yeah. Well,
We've got tiny Roma Downies. We've got Phantasmal Fears. I get to attack twice. Please don't take this away from me.
Okay. Do you have like a throwing weapon or a bow?
I'm
or something
going
like
to
that?
let the fire extinguisher keep shooting towards them.
Okay.
Let go of it, and then I'm going to shoot the fire extinguisher with my bow and arrow, with my crossbow.
Okay.
That is 16 plus 7, 23 against the fire extinguisher.
You send the fire extinguisher flying at all of them, and you shoot it with your crossbow, and it does burst and send white foam all over the three of them and the bottom of the room. And that white foam is going to blind them, but they're not going to take much damage from it because it's just a little fire extinguisher.
Yeah, but now they got disadvantage.
Well, they're blinded. I think that's a different thing.
But that would probably give disadvantage, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, sure. Merle, you are next in the order. All three of them are actually pretty clustered up right now.
Okay, so they're more than 15 feet away.
They're about 15 feet like below you. But they're not in your sphere. No, they've moved
my
out.
zone of Romas is not in
Your
my
zone.
Roma zone.
If it helps down, they have a single gonad located above the intestine.
Am I the only one that didn't go all Krat Brothers on these things?
Travis
I
has
have a
point.
question.
They're like putties from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You just hit them once and they're single
Yeah,
hidden
hit the
gonad.
single gonad.
They can live for 1 billion years at 300,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but one good nard shot.
I have a question. Is Magnus still poisoned?
No.
Okay.
Largely because I don't know how to resolve that.
Well, I was going to protect him from poison because but I won't waste a spell on it if that's.
Oh, no, that doesn't sound like a thing you'd do.
I was going to. Okay, so they're all kind of clustered together, right?
Yep.
Tell me again what's floating around.
Once again, there's a refrigerator, a large pane of glass, 3 broken cages, some microscopes, 1 fire extinguisher, a set of weights, a giant industrial fan blade, wooden crates, and a red barrel.
Griffin, does the refrigerator still have its door on it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, I chastise Lucas heavily. Never throw away refrigerators with the door on. Learned that from Punky Brewster.
Okay, but we're not really afraid of like
Lucas?
we're not really afraid of like babies playing hide and seek up here or whatever.
Well, were you afraid of a crystal creature? Because that happened.
I guess you're right. I guess
Boo.
you know what? Point for Magnus.
Do I have advantage now?
Yeah, in future arguments with me, you have advantage.
Okay, I have another question. Do these vagina dentrata things, do they actually have eyes?
They yes, but they're covered in fire cream. What's inside of a fire extinguisher? Does
Fire
anybody
cream.
actually know?
Anti-fire.
Whipped cream? Oh, gosh. We've gone from Krat Brothers to Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Well, no, I mean I feel like this is something a lot of people. I mean, it's a dry chemical carbon dioxide or water. I mean, it's one
It
of those
depends
three.
on if it's an A, B, or C.
Okay, so when I said fire cream, it was pretty like
Yeah,
that's sort of like the colloquial term for it.
Okay, the one that was all chewed up from the Roma Zone.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that crummy axe with all of the names.
Okay.
Of what's his name?
The child axe.
The child axe with all of the power. This is like a Stephen King novel, you know, where a kid at the end does something. I'm going to throw that hand axe, and I'm going to throw it right down the ugly, gaping, toothy maw of that one that's all beat up from the Roma Zone.
Okay. Cool.
Roma Zone.
You probably have to roll something.
Yeah.
Hey,
you're gonna...
Trav, listen, do I give
No,
you
no,
when
You
it's
know
your
what? You're
turn?
right. Go for it.
No, that is going to be a ranged attack throw.
Oh, God, Travis, God.
I'm just gonna make it's a ranged attack. You want me
No,
to
you
roll a
weren't.
freebie?
No, you weren't. It's just because Travis said so. Oh, great. It's a 6.
Plus.
Oh, yeah, plus 14.
There you go.
No, that's a 6. Yeah, you throw the axe of children, the child's axe of wounding, but you don't throw it very hard. It's it just very slowly. It takes like 10 minutes as it just kind of floats towards this water bear, and it hits it and just like bink.
No, doesn't it go in his mouth?
Yeah, it opens its mouth and it fucking eats it.
Okay, it is a choking hazard then.
It's fine. He digests it and shits it out, and this shitty axe comes out and kills you.
That's fine. Everybody else is allowed to think outside the box.
No, you can think outside the bun all you want, Taco Bell. You just have to do the shit good.
He's Taco Bell.
It still comes down to the rolls.
Next in the order of these tardigrades, I guess I'll roll a saving roll against Fire Cream. The one that's got chewed up by the Romazone is saved. The one that, the middle one that attacked Taco did not. And the one that attacked Magnus did not. So those two are going to be blind.
I'm going to need the middle one to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck, that's right.
Because Spooky Johan is stalking his dreams right now.
Getting real spooky ooky.
Real spooky.
13?
No. What? No.
Okay.
Hell no.
So he takes... Oh, shit. Okay.
4d10.
Hold on 1 second, my lovely. Let me give you 4d10 of damage. We got 3, 10, 5, 6, 16, and 24.
Okay, yeah, that middle tardigrade tries to wipe the fire cream off his eyes and fails to do that. And he looks really pitiful. And then his head just scanner style explodes. So that's one down.
Nice.
Well, that's mine, fellas.
So the other one that did save, Merle, he's going to push off the floor of this room away from the big ball of debris and come at you. And as he flies at you, he's going to try and take another bite. That is a 19 versus AC.
Now, to be fair,
yes.
When he enters the zone, isn't his speed halved?
Well, it's the first time a creature.
No, but
enters the
anytime
zone.
it's in the zone, their speed is halved.
Yeah, I haven't really been tracking speed because we're in a weightless 0G like inertia.
But that's what I'm saying. So he would slow down enough.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Fair play. He's not going to be able to get close enough to take a bite out of you. So instead, he's just going to try and Yoshi tongue you to try and bring you in range. So make a dexterity saving throw, Merle. With disadvantage because you don't have anything to get your body off.
So I roll it twice.
Yep, take the worst result.
15.
Yeah, that does it. You get out of the way of this thing's tongue. It actually licks back and misses you with its tongue, and its tongue keeps going, and it actually sticks onto the big refrigerator. And you hear him go like, not again. And the one that is blinded is going to try and spit acid at Taco with disadvantage. That's a 17 plus 6, so 23, but disadvantage. 10 plus 6, 16? Where's AC? Taco?
That will... Hold on, let me grab my sheet real quick. I knew offhand that...
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I fucked up. This is a dexterity saving throw, not an attack, not a ranged attack.
Okay.
But I'll give you advantage since he's blinded.
So I need to make a dexterity saving throw?
Yes.
Okay.
To try and get out of the way of this big black ball of spit.
13.
That ain't gonna do it.
Plus your dex.
He has disadvantage, though, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to give you advantage, because I don't know how to do disadvantage if you're the one making the roll, except just to...
And then we have 16.
Nope. Neither of those
but plus your dexterity. Are you doing that?
Yeah, I added it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you are hit by this poison spit as well.
Ugh.
14 points of damage for Taco.
Okay.
And that's it for the tardigrades. Taco, you are up.
I am going to cast... Are they still clumped, or what's the deal? How close are they?
Not really, not anymore. One of them is... They're probably about 10 feet away from each other. One of them has a tongue attached to a big refrigerator, and the other one is sort of still back towards the big pile of debris.
Okay. And how close are they to me?
They're about 10 feet away from you also.
Then I am going to cast this as I'm going to cast 3rd level Thunder Wave and hit both of them.
All right.
So you have to make a Constitution saving throw
For both of them. Okay. 12. We'll say that one was for the one back near the debris. That's not going to do it.
Nope.
And then the one that the Roma zone. Wow, Jesus. Roll a 7.
Certainly not.
No. Okay.
So now they are both going to take
1,000 points of damage.
4d8 thunder damage.
Fuck me. Wow.
Man, it really makes my axe seem not so great.
This really isn't Magnus's area to really shine.
17
points of damage. Okay, the one that was in the Roma zone, you blast him backwards with your Wave of Thunder wave. Isn't there a push effect too?
Yes. 10 feet away.
Okay, yeah, the Roma zone one gets blasted backwards. He just collides with a wall, and you see some pink fluid come out of his snoot, and it stops moving. Dead. He's dead. He died. The other one that was back towards the pile looks pretty bad off.
Magnus yells, "Push him towards me!"
Well, no, I don't think you can choose which way to push him. I think you just push him away. Can you? Can you Thunderwave
I think
pull it?
It's not telekinesis.
In its trajectory away from me.
Oh,
Yeah,
anytime I've done push with Phantom Fist, I got to choose where they went. Sorry.
Well,
You're more in control of Phantom Fist. Thunderwave's more like an explosion.
yeah, imagine like a Fusro Da. You can't be like Fusro Da.
Fusro dare. Over dare. No, Fusro over dare.
Also, all of the debris in the back of the room has also broken up, and now this room kind of has like a snow globe thing going for it, where just like there's just shit flying around all over the spot. Yeah. So next in the order is Magnus. You got one grade left.
I got what? Oh, gotcha.
There's tardigrade.
I'm going to. Is there anything I can push off towards it?
Yeah, you're pretty close to the giant industrial fan blade.
Okay, I'm going to push off of that towards the tardigrade.
Okay.
And I'll just tell you what I want to do, and you tell me what I have to roll to do it.
Okay. This is the tardigrade that. Oh no. The tardigrade that just died was the one that was attached to the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to grab it and throw it at Merle.
Okay.
Oh, good.
So I bounce off and I grab it.
Okay, yeah, so he's pretty much right up against the wall. So you push yourself off the fan blade and get to the wall right next to where he is. That would be a strength contest.
Good news.
Yeah, you're real good at that.
Yeah, so that's 16 plus 7, 23.
I got a 19, which would have been good against an Immortal Man.
Yeah. Except I work out every day.
Yeah, you get those fucking sick gains for throwing microscopic science creatures.
Yeah, so I throw him at Merle.
Okay. You chuck him real good. You chuck him real good. Now, Merle, you got a fucking fastball special coming your way.
It's going to enter the Roma zone for the first time.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that we don't even need to get to that turn. What does he do? Wisdom saving throw?
He has to make a wisdom saving throw. Yes.
21.
Oh, snap. Sorry, Merle.
Fucking smart tardigrade, huh? A smartigrade, if you will.
He had a stroke of, he had a flash of genius.
Does he not still have disadvantage?
He does on attacks, not on Roma avoidance. not on angel dodging.
Roma has a way of short-circuiting all of our defenses.
I have a special called Commander Strike. So for my second attack, I'm actually going to command Merle to attack, make a weapon attack, and then I add my advantage, my dice to his damage.
Okay. Yeah, this thing is going to be in melee range of Merle, definitely. So wait, what the fuck? You're like pulling, you're controlling his mind?
No, I'm basically saying like, attack that guy, and then he's using my second attack to do it.
Interesting. Yeah. That's neat. Okay. So Merle make
great. It's working out as well as the first part, I hope.
Merle make a melee attack against this water bear.
If only you still had your romper room axe.
I've got Little Choppy, my real axe.
Little Choppy.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you don't have an axe. You got that battle wrench. You got the battle wrench. You got your warhammer.
I have an axe. I've had an axe from the beginning.
No, I have an axe. That's my steez.
Nah, I think Dad has an axe.
All right, I'll hit him with my Warhammer, but we will discuss this in the off season.
Okay.
We'll talk about it in the zone.
You had an axe. And we'll talk about how just like loosey-goosey you are with your belongings. Come here, Scuttle Buddy. Bye. Get on that train to hell. See you later. Axe. Oh, Axe, I found you. I love you. Bye. I threw you into a monster's mouth.
And I'm going to get an apology on the next episode from you because I am right
very
and you
that
are
seems
wrong.
Super unlikely.
All right, I'll hit him with my Warhammer.
Okay.
Do I get to name that?
Yeah, if you want.
Smusher.
Okay. I feel like you've already busted that out, but.
Okay. What did I just roll for?
Oh, my gosh.
Hurting.
17 and none of my modifiers.
That's what that +3 is.
Okay. 17 then.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Excellent.
All right.
My superior dice, so whatever your damage is, +4.
Okay. 5 + 4.
9 points of damage.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you guys basically just did a quick little baseball game.
We need to name it something, Trav.
In this zero, yeah, you guys have just invented a new hot zero gravity water bear sport.
Mm-hmm. That only works on smart ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only way to...
smart water bear.
You club this thing with your bat, and you hear it grunt and cry sadly, and some pink juice comes out of it, and it hits the wall and is dead.
We just Joey Votto'd that thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a bunch of people tell me I missed another great Travis joke. So, Travis, smart water bear is a very funny joke.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much.
That is good.
Well, just because Smart Water is an extant product?
Yeah.
But smart water bear, and it was a smart water bear.
This portion of Adventure Zone brought to you by Smart Water.
So, smart water bear.
And gummy bears.
A smart
Also, the National Bear Council. Hey, guys, can we chill out a bit on bears?
Hey, just be cool on bears for 2 seconds.
If you see a bear, it's time to fucking go, man.
Get out of there. That's the bear's house. Unless the bear's in your house, then call somebody. Don't try to take care of it on your own.
Let's not gloss over the fact that we just won a battle.
Yeah, and legit won.
Decisively.
Because that doesn't happen all the time.
You know, normally, a much better equipped woman has to come in and save us. It's typically the way we could do it.
All 3 tardigrades burst open, and a million baby tardigrades, a swarm of them.
Now, they are eggs, and it takes 14 days for the eggs to hatch. Do your fucking research.
everybody. This is Griffin McElroy, your Dungeon Master, your best friend, your partner in crime. Let's do some crime together. Thanks for listening to episode 34 of The Adventure Zone. And I have lost track where we are in the Crystal Kingdom arc, but we're somewhere deep in it. I got a few Jumbotron messages to read to you before we get started. Well, no, we've already gotten started, but here's some Jumbotron messages. If you want to get one on the show, just go to MaximumFun.org/Jumbotron. Here's the first one. It's from Evan Jones, who wants you to start your family adventures together at Together Tales. This is a really neat one. I was on this website, togethertales.com. I was researching it. It is, well, I'll let them talk first through these words. I'm going to actually talk, but they said this is a story about a Dungeon Master dad who decided story time could use a little more adventure and created Together Tales. Together Tales is a collection of interactive books that parents bring to life for kids aged 7 to 12. Each adventure kit includes a book split into chapters along with treasure hunts, digital games, cute coincidences, and clues that put your child at the center of each story. I got a lot of people telling me that they listen to the Adventure Zone, and sometimes they let their kids listen to the Adventure Zone, and we are glad that that is happening, although certainly we say some objectionable stuff here on the program. This sounds like a really fun and cute way to do some adventures with your kids without having 4 adult men cursing at them all the time. It's really neat. They send you an adventure kit that comes with a personalized book. You can get your child's name in the book, and then you can customize like little activities that you have to do while reading different chapters of the book. Go to togethertales.com. They can explain it a lot better, but it looks really, really neat. Next up, I've got a message here for Kathlena Kruk Esquire, and it's from Mario, who says, "Thanks for being an amazing friend and DM. I wish I could keep you in Chicago, but wherever you go this year, I know you'll be a zealous advocate for those in need and have fun doing it. Thanks for making me listen to the Adventure Zone, and Mabim Bam, happy birthday." McElroy's, would Magic Brian and or Garrel please wish her a happy birthday? Well, Justin does Garrel, but it's me, Magic Brian, back from the grave. I think this is what I sounded like. I forget, it's been like 2 years. Happy birthday. I'm pretty sure that was just my Emo Phillips impression. And one last message here. This one's for Fergus, and it's from Glenn, who says, "Happy Eternal Candle Nights, baby brother. You've already got the D&D source book, so the next best gift is well wishes from Griffin on one of our favorite McElroy podcasts, plus the chance of your name possibly being used in-game. Our shared brotherly nerdiness brings me joy and is now stitched into the fabric of podcast history. Garrel lives." He does. I mean, he's a ghost. He's a spectral equine being. So if you can consider that being life, then yeah, absolutely, Garrel is alive somewhere in the ether sphere. But happy Eternal Candle Nights, Fergus. I think that means I'm wishing you a belated happy holidays. And if that's the case, I like that spirit. Christmas in February. I want to thank everybody who has been tweeting about the show using the ZoneCast hashtag. If you use that hashtag, you might end up as a character on this show. I don't think there's any new characters in this episode, but in my defense, there were like 9 new characters in the last episode. But yeah, if you want to end up as a character like a Jamie Green or like a John Cook or like a Chloe Noel, then tweet about the show using the ZoneCast hashtag. We also appreciate you spreading the word, because we don't advertise this podcast in any conceivable way. And so you telling people about the show who you think might be into D&D, or who people who you know are into D&D, or who people you think hate D&D. We really appreciate it. Any of those 3 ways. And thank you very much. We have the Max Fun Drive coming up very soon. Here in just a few weeks, we've got a lot of really fun plans in store for the Max Fun Drive, including a bonus episode for donors. The bonus episode involves a one-shot story that Travis actually DM'd with whole new characters, a whole new setting. We recorded it last weekend, and it was extremely super fun, and we're already trying to figure out a way to do more of that. So we will let you know more details when Max Fun Drive is coming up. It's going to run from March 14th to the 25th. We have a lot of really fun stuff planned for it. And last year, everybody was so super supportive of the show during the Max Fun Drive. We are a donor-supported network at Maximum Fun, along with the few ads that we do. We really rely on your donations to be able to put more time and energy into this thing, and you guys were all so super, super great to us last year. So, again, coming up, March 14th to the 25th, lots of fun, the Adventure Zone stuff going to happen during the drive. Hey, speaking of Maximum Fun, why don't you go to the other shows on MaximumFun.org and just start clicking and listening to them. We got shows like Bullseye. We got shows like Getting Curious is a fairly new one. We got shows like Lady to Lady. We got shows like Oh No, Ross and Carrie. There's a ton of shows on the network. Justin and Travis and Dad, and well, not Dad. This is the only show Dad does. But Justin, Travis, and I have other shows too. We got shows both on and off the network. I have one that I do with my wife Rachel called Rose Buddies, where we talk about The Bachelor. I've got a new video game podcast called Cool Games Inc. that I do for Polygon, in which me and Nick Robinson come up with pitches for video games. Travis has a brand new show called Interrobang that he does with his friend Tybee Dyskin, where they get angry about stuff. And Justin and Sydney do Sawbones, which is a medical history show. Sydney also just launched a new podcast called Still Buffering with her little sister Riley, where they talk about #teen life. Got our fingers in like 16 pies at this point. You can find all those at McElroyshows.com. I have talked for ages. We're going to get back to the episode now. The next episode will be up on March 10th. God, that seems like forever away. I mean, it's not. It's just 2 weeks, but still. Anyway, we'll see you then. And then a week after that, it's Max Fun Drive time. So start getting psyched out of your mind. You've exited the zero gravity room and made it through the airlock into what looks to be the main lobby of the lab, which isn't crystallized. It is still in its normal labby form. And there's a bunch of different airlocks leading to a bunch of different chambers from this like central hub. You can see an airlock leading to the main entrance of the lab. What's wrong?
I'm just thinking this is like our bottle episode where we just reuse the airlock set over and over again.
Yeah.
With just a little, like, hang a different sign on it.
Yeah, this is basically like old school Doctor Who. Like, I've only got the one airlock. One of them is labeled to head to the main entrance, and that airlock is actually shut down. It's powered down. There's another airlock on the opposite end of the room that you can't really make out. That's also powered down. There is the airlock you just came from. There are 3 airlocks leading to the med bay. One labeled to go to the main elevator, and one heading to a room called Cosmoscope. And then right next to you, right next to the door that you just exited from, is the airlock leading into the thermal regulation chamber, which also has a layer of ice around it. But as you enter into the room, you hear coming from that door, you hear some banging and shouting and chopping coming from that iced-over door.
I start chopping too.
Okay, yeah, you get your axe out and start chopping on the other end of it. You guys hear Killian and Carrie going,
Merle, Taco, Magnus, is that you guys?
Is that you guys?
Yeah, it's Killian and Carrie.
Oh, I was thinking of different guys.
No. Can you help us get out of here? We've been chopping at this ice wall for forever.
I'm chopping too.
Okay, let's just hurry. We're running out of time.
Whacking and whacking and slashing.
I get my axe ready so I can help him.
You don't have an axe.
What?
You hear a...
Taco, do you have any, like, fire stuff you can do? Or, like,
oh, sure. What good is an axe when there's magic around?
Yeah, everybody step back.
I got fire. You want me to use my fire?
I know, you guys have fun.
Yeah, go for it. My firearm is a little...
Well, so you don't, burn a spell.
Sure.
And since I don't use mine right... Okay, I cast Sacred Flame on it.
Okay. Sacred Flame is sort of fire of a divine origin.
I'm a divine guy.
I know this. I know this very much about
Would radiant damage not help?
No, but you did teach the ice like a quick parable about Pan and his divine guidance.
Okay, fine. I'll use Fireball. Fuck.
Okay. Yeah, you blast the door with Fireball, and Magnus, you're chopping away at with your axe. Merle, you hear a voice in your head. You hear a whisper come from behind you.
Kill again.
No, it's the voice sounds like Merle, behind you, Merle, damn it, Merle, look behind you.
Nope.
Merle, it's Pan. Look behind you. Fool.
All right. I turn around and look behind me.
You look behind you while everybody's busy getting into this door, heeding this voice that apparently only you can hear, and you see a small rift open in space, and you see the crystal with the white fire starting to come through it. And that voice says, Merle, listen, you have to trust me. It's me, Pan. You have to grab the crystal. Grab it with your hands before it touches the ground. You can stop this room from getting crystallized. You can save your friends. Grab the crystal. And the thing is starting to pop out of this rift womb and make its way out.
Well, that certainly is a conundrum. All right. I grab it.
Okay. Yeah, you catch the crystal before it drops to the ground. Yeah, the rift closes up and nothing gets crystallized as you grab this white fiery crystal. And as soon as you grab it, you hear that voice again, and it goes, "Oh, well, this is going to be a lot easier than I thought." And you hear a sound like a light bulb shattering. As the crystal in your hand just kind of shatters and fractures into splinters, and you feel a sharp pain in your hand. And that sharp pain is kind of replaced by this strange numbness. And as you open up your hand, you realize that you have a few little needles of this crystal sticking out of your hand.
Okay.
And
chopping away the door.
And your hand is starting to change. Your hand is actually starting to turn the suit, I should say, around your hand and your arm. You can feel it, like it hurts a whole bunch. I can't even describe how bad it feels. But yeah, your hand is starting to turn into pink tourmaline.
I turn around and chop it off.
Wait.
Okay. Yeah, it's grown up to his forearm. How do you? I guess my question is, how would you know?
Well, he's probably screaming by this point, unless he's just super cash about the whole arm turning into crystal thing. Huh?
Right,
that's weird.
What's turning into crystal? The suit or my arm?
All of it. The whole kit and caboodle. It's growing up. It's up your wrist now. It's about halfway up your forearm.
Would it help if I took the suit off?
It's like already in your body, it seems like.
Okay.
It's going up you. It's about to your elbow now.
I turn and say with a calm but manly voice, Noel, check this shit out.
Oh my God. Guys, he's crystallizing.
I turn around and chop it off. I chop it off.
Quit chopping me off.
I'm going to chop it off.
No!
Let me chop it off.
Travis, that seems like a very personal character choice that you're making for Dad right now. I don't think you should decide whether or not he wanders this earth as a one-armed dwarf.
No, but I want you to know that Magnus in character is screaming, "Let me chop it off."
That's fine, but you can't say you chop it off.
I'm saying that in character, I have a history of arm removal.
I will give Travis advantage on this roll. He is an arm removal specialist.
Wow, that's a really good point.
Merle, do you want me to freeze it? Maybe I should freeze it?
I don't know if freezing it would do any good.
I mean, it's better than chopping it off. No?
Wait, is that all Noelle did? You bitch at us for not using her, and then I try to use her, and she just goes, "Oh, poopy!"
Well, I can't anti-crystal you. Somebody do something.
Chop the damn thing off. Chop it off. Just chop it off. I don't care.
I roll.
Chop it off. Hey, wait, no, I got an idea.
Too late.
Chop my head off.
I rolled
then
15.
I won't suffer. Here, chop off. Right here. Chop it off here.
I rolled
Leave
a 15 plus 7.
It's
a 22.
Okay.
You're chopping off my damn arm. Seriously.
Noelle floats over to you, Merle, and opens up your helmet and puts a little wooden spoon in your mouth. Bite down on this. You're not going to like this next part.
Why did Pan lie to me? Oh, it wasn't Pan, was it?
And that is your last thought as a two-armed man, as Magnus brings Magnus brings Merle Splitter down just above the elbow, and you hear a grisly crusnump.
Wait! At least below the elbow. Come on.
He actually very artfully carves it just about where the crystal was.
I'm really good at this.
Yeah, and go ahead and roll damage, Magnus.
Okay. Let's see. It's two-handed. That is 7 plus 6, so 13.
I feel like damage should be reduced though, because he's not aiming to cause damage to
I don't want him to half cut off my arm.
I guess, but like, okay, well, I guess that's true. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, matter of fact, when he brings the axe down, I'm throwing the arm up in its direction. I'm leaning into the chop.
Okay.
Okay. Whew. Clang, 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 clang. Your arm falls to the ground, and Merle, make a Constitution saving throw just to see if you can like stay conscious during all of this, because this is like
I don't want to be conscious.
This
I
is
want to
fucking.
be able to see my arm.
Okay.
No, I'll do it. Constitution.
This will be a sick roll. You watch this. Natty 20. I can smell it.
No, look at it, Juice. Look. What is it?
That's a critical miss.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
Merle.
a 1.
He
Merle, you're down.
Fuck out.
Good night.
You're down for the count. Merle is unconscious now. He just falls backwards, sees what's just happened, and faints. And Killian and Carrie have just like gotten through the ice and look over and it's like, oh, I'm so glad that you guys. What the fuck?
Step 2, somebody heal him.
I don't have any my med spray ready
shit.
yet. Ah, shit. You hear Lucas say, oh, what just happened? Get it. You're close to the med bay. Bring him in. Did you just cut his fucking arm off?
Yes. Okay, I pick him up and I run in the med bay.
You pick him up, rescue 911 style, and run him over to the med bay. Maybe singing a sweet lullaby to him because he's scared.
Oh shit, sweet.
Wait a minute, who's carrying me? The guy that just chopped my arm off? Or the guy that just let it happen?
You basically just begged him to.
It happened really fast. In fiction, it happened really fast. I don't know how. I will, as we're running. I mentioned to Merle that if we need a new arm, the good news is he's got lots.
Yeah.
So if we could figure out a way to make that work, that would be rad.
Yeah, I'm unconscious. Thanks.
No, I'm not. Okay, that's not what unconscious people say, but let's keep moving. Hey, if you're working from input from me, you're not getting it because I'm out of it.
I'm totally unconscious over here.
I'm
Nothing to
unconscious
add.
as hell.
Your whole party, the three of you, Merle, you're unconscious, with Noelle and Carrie and Killian, rush in through the airlock towards the med bay as just chunks of this room that has become crystallized start to break up and start to it looks like this thing is self-forming again, but you don't really stick around long enough to watch it put itself together into some sort of grisly monster.
With Merle's arm floating in the middle.
Yeah, Merle's arm is actually part of the mix. You see this thing using Merle's arm as part of its form, but you don't really see how it ends up in the production. You huff it through the med bay. As you go through the airlock, before you actually get into the med bay, you reach a sign that says decontamination chamber. As you open it up, it's actually a pretty small chamber that has some medical equipment in it and what looks like an observation bay. But this whole room has also been completely crystallized.
Oh, bummer.
And as you pass through that and through another airlock, you do actually make it into the med bay. And there you see Lucas for the first time since you met him in the Voidfish's chamber.
Lucas, fix my friend. I don't know what happened.
Lucas has a big bandage on his head. He has a big, bloody bandage on his head. But he says, what did you do to that dwarf?
Well, you said you needed us to give you a hand.
Seriously, what did you get? Before you can finish that sentence, Killian actually grabs him and picks him up and is like, this has been the worst, shittiest day ever. We are 2 people down. Your lab sucks.
Fix my friend.
He says, you better put me down if you want me to help him.
Killian.
And Carrie's like, yeah, guys, can we take this thing, just bring it down just a little bit. Let's figure out how to help Merle out right now.
Meanwhile, bleed, 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 bleed.
Lucas grabs you. He's like, help me put him up on this table. Magnus, use your big strong
fish lifters.
Arm removing arms.
I do it.
Yeah.
How ironic that your big strong arms are only good at one thing, and that's removing other people's arms.
Yeah. It's very ironic. I put him on the table.
Okay. He starts to rustle around in a drawer
full of spare dwarf arms.
Full of spare dwarf arms, and he just sticks one on, and you're just fine. No, he actually pulls out a syringe and jams it into Merle's arm. and it regrows. No, it's the bleeding starts to slow a little bit. Merle, you actually wake up a little bit. You gain a little bit of consciousness as you feel this needle go into you.
Shit!
But I can't tell if that was real or not.
He's a very good actor.
That's because I'm an actor.
That was really terrific. But actually, this thing is actually numbing your grisly wound pretty significantly. It's bringing you some pain relief, not so much HP relief, but you're not in a horrific amount of pain anymore. And Killian's in the corner. She's using she is speaking to the director through a stone and just like checking in, letting the home base know the situation. And Lucas asks, like, what has been going on out there? What are you guys doing? What happened to Merle?
Well,
I got disarmed.
Pretty good. He started to crystallize. We were chopping on a door and magicking a door. Then we heard Noel scream, and we turned around. His hand was turning to crystal, and then his arm was turning to crystal, and I heroically, valiantly chopped his arm off against my wishes. He begged me, and I cut his arm off so that he wouldn't all crystal. And
hey, listen, let me stop you right there. This Lucas isn't your dad. You chopped your dad's arm off. You don't owe Lucas any explanation. Get us the fuck out of here.
You dirty prick. I can't believe you did this to me.
And now he's drunk.
I can't. We can't get out of here. We can't get out of here until we manage to stop the base from sinking into the sea and crystallizing the whole world. You forget why we're here in the first place?
Yeah.
It's because it's
been 4 episodes, my dude.
It's because I fucked up an experiment pretty bad. But that's not this. The arm thing's not on me. I don't think.
Well, it was crystallized.
I'm on everybody.
Merle, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Why was your arm turning to crystal? What happened?
God lied.
God lied to you?
God lied to me.
What?
You have the prettiest eyes.
Okay, yes I do, but focus up. What do you mean God lied to you?
I'll say it a different way.
Yes.
God lied to me.
I turned to Lucas. Well, there you have it.
Okay, I guess God lied to him. That's what I'm picking up for the situation.
And then some British guy threw a crystal at me, and I grabbed it, and it hurt.
Some British guy.
No, I heard all of that. Okay, it's that being. It's that being that's been attacking my lab. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. But I'm so sorry that you guys had to get mixed up in this. I didn't want any of this. You have to believe me.
I think it was that guy that was married to Katy Perry.
Russell
sounded
Brand?
like that. Russell Brand. It sounded like Russell Brand took my hand.
Lucas, is Russell Brand here?
No, he's not. Hold on. He rustles out and gets another syringe out and gives Merle another shot.
In my butt. Give it to me in my butt.
As you shout, "Give it to me in my butt!" You feel much more sedated.
There's a lot of shit going on, Lucas, that I feel like you're not being honest about. Like
you're
this
right.
compact.
Yes. Oh God, you went in my room.
I did. It was a fucking mess, and it looked like somebody stole all your gems before we got there.
Dirty boy.
Bleed,
Wait,
bleed,
what?
bleed, bleed, bleed.
All my gems are gone?
Well, that's what it looked like.
Listen, let's priorities. I'll explain the compact. I'll explain what you saw in there. I'll explain everything. We got to get this guy taken
He'll be
care
fine.
of first.
Tell me about the compact.
Bleed, 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 bleed.
He gets out a notepad, writes something down,
bleed all over it,
and hands the note to Carrie. It says, "Carrie, I need you to get over to the Bugbears and tell Jamie Green to bring me these supplies right now, or you can bring them back. Tell her to give you these supplies and get back to me as quick as you can." And she says, "Oh, you got it." And she grabs the note and just like darts out of the room with blinding speed.
Carrie.
She's gone.
Oh.
And he's doing some work. The bleeding has stopped. He's wrapped a big bandage around it, Merle. So it doesn't seem like Merle's going to die. And he goes over to a desk in his corner and he starts tinkering with some stuff. So he takes off his belt.
Whoa.
No, don't worry about it. I've got a plan. And he's working with it. He's got this petri dish that he's like mixing some sort of fluid in. And he's like, as much as I want to we can't leave. We can't get him out of here until we stop this thing from spreading. I was down in the lower chambers of my lab
late one night,
and Monster Boy. How does it anyway? I was attacked by one of my robots, and I came up here to the med bay to treat my wound. And when I tried to leave, I found that crystal monster. Or whatever it is, it's not the monster itself isn't crystal. It's what's inhabiting the crystals. It attacked me in the decontamination chamber, and so I made my way back here into the med bay, and I flooded the room with anti-conjuration energy because obviously he's traveling between planes to move from spot to spot. So I blocked it. Obviously, come on, that's like 101. You guys figured that out by now, right?
Yep.
Guys, I'm just so sorry. I promise I'll get him patched up. I have an idea for how to patch him up, and we're gonna be able to. You'll see. We'll get out of this, and we'll get down to my lower levels, and I'll stop the crystal from spreading. And mission accomplished.
Great.
Good work. And you guys will say, "Good work, Lucas. Thanks for the good teamwork."
Sounds like us.
Yeah, it sounds like something we do.
Shut up. Let me say one more thing.
Okay.
Hello, beloved fans of Adventure Zone. It's me, Clint McElroy. Please write and drastically protest the treatment of your favorite dwarf cleric in this episode. Thank you.
No, I think.
Listen, we've had a lot of fun here today.
Listen, we've had a lot of fun
But I
here
really
today.
want to just drive home the point. Take the doors off your refrigerators before you throw them away.
Because somebody could get their arm chopped.
That's what it always leads to.
Hey, everybody, this is Lucas, a fictional character. I do want to step outside of kayfabe for a second and tell you, for real, though, the thing about the refrigerators, that one was on me, and if I had taken it off, I'm pretty sure Merle would still have both of the arms. I'm not sure how it's connected, but hey, sliding doors. Have you seen that movie? Anyway, later, this is me, Lucas, on the
Fading
Sliding
back
Doors.
into the ether.
The Sliding Doors Council.
Hi, this is Justice McElroy. I'm an actor who plays the role of Taco on The Adventure Zone. I just want to say, I don't feel like I really did anything that funny this time around, but hey, you get them next time, I guess.
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture. Artist owned.
Listener supported.
You guys, I'm so excited to introduce to you my new baby, Getting Curious with Jonathan Van Ness. This is going to be a really fun look at things that I find curious, whether it's a menstrual cup, it might be the Romanov family, it might be fracking, it could be Carly Fiorina. I don't even know. Who knows? It's going to be whatever I think is interesting. I can't wait to bring it to you guys. We're going to be bringing in content experts. I'm going to be learning the things. It's only going to take about 30 minutes for you to expand your baby brains with me and have a super fun time. So I can't wait to see you on our first episode of Getting Curious.
Previously on the Adventure Zone, it's time for the regulators to roll out. We're sending you in to detain and extract Lucas for his abuse of confidential information. Standard protocol applies. You pull out from inside an old compact mirror. Inside is actually just a circular disc of emerald.
Okay, so he's stealing technological ideas from our world.
Guys, he's crystallizing!
I turn around and chop it off. I chop it off.
Quit chopping me off!
I'm going to chop it off.
You're chopping off my damn arm. Seriously.
If we need a new arm, the good news is he's got lots.
Yeah.
So if we could figure out a way to make that work, that would be rad.
Yeah, I'm unconscious. Thanks.
Now, I'm not... Okay, that's not what unconscious people say, but let's keep moving.
I hope Merle's proficient in unarmed combat. I'm sorry, I'm better than that, and you should expect more from me. It's the Adventure Zone.
Come to you live from a breaking news story, a tragedy that has... Oh my God. Well, don't both do it. When they do breaking news at TV stations, they don't have two different beep-a-deeps.
But they do have someone live do it, like on Carmen Sandiego, when Rockapella would do the breaking news.
Yeah, but if Rockapella did it, they'd be fucking harmonizing and stuff. Anyway, breaking news story. Dad has just touched Justin's dice.
He touched my dice. He got it, whatever it is, he got it all over.
Good. Get over it, dork.
Whoa.
That's not... You're not supposed to touch...
I'm a rebel, man. I got attitude. I got serious attitude.
It sounds like Justin has implied that there's some sort of residue that Dad has left on the...
Coke Zero fingers.
Not bad. It's just like whatever he does.
Critical misses, you mean?
Just this critical stink is all over it right now. Huh? And I'm worried that, like...
Critical Stink is a great D&D punk band name.
We're Critical Stink. Let's roll.
Before we get into
Let's roll.
Thank you, Travis. Somebody appreciated it.
I liked it.
Before we get into the excitement and action and resolution and shit, I feel like we need to do some corrections and amendments here at the top.
Okay.
Just Dad does have an axe, but he announced it in the first episode, and people were kind enough to remind me that Dad does have an axe. Wow, y'all hear that?
What was that?
That's some fucking Atmo. It's stormy as hell.
Oh,
okay.
Just know that that's not in post. It's not storming inside of Lucas's lab. Dad does have a hand axe. He announced it in episode 1, but it's basically a hatchet. It's like a hatchet that you would use in, like a child would get for
like
Christmas.
you would use in the book.
It's like a Gary Paulson hatchet.
Hence the name Lil Choppy.
I also want to say the reason we didn't use the red barrels is because we beat them anyways pretty handily. I don't think we took a lot of damage.
Okay.
We didn't need the red barrels. And it wasn't until afterwards when all you punks got to hear Griffin say, the red barrels, that you went, hindsight 2020, you guys.
Another quick one there. I learned this. There's no such thing as negative Kelvin.
But what if he's really sad?
There also isn't, like, I think I said 1,000 degrees Kelvin. That's not a thing either.
I'll just one last, as long as we're piling on here, I've been saying the word proboscis wrong my whole fucking life.
You know what? We're not a factual show. This is not about science and learning. It's about Dungeons and Dragons.
I saw somebody try to defend me like, well, in this fantasy universe, maybe it's pronounced proboscis. No, friend.
You're embarrassed.
Wait, it's not proboscis?
My sweet friend, no, proboscis with an O.
Jesus.
Proboscis is a flower.
I've been saying proboscis the whole time. Is it not proboscis?
It's proboscis.
Proboscis.
Is proboscis like a weird West Virginia thing?
Yeah, it's like aunt.
All right, let's play Dungeons and Dragons and get on with it.
Okay. Who needs a refresher? Anybody? Dad's Merle's arm got chopped off.
I just listened to it.
Yeah.
I'm also wait, one last correction. I'm sorry last week after we beat them that I didn't call them fartigrades.
Or nardigrades.
A gross factual error for Justin.
Yeah, that's a gross factual. It was incorrect of me.
We got a lot of fan mail about it.
One thing we also need to resolve, Merle, What is your dominant hand? Because I think that's the one that we're going to say got. Because I don't see why you would grab a thing with your non-dominant hand.
I actually think he said he was ambidextrous.
I did at the very beginning of the show, but along with all these other facts, I guess that was forgotten too.
It's been 2 years.
It feels like 5.
Well, if you want to flip a coin and tell me which hand got.
Well, I'll roll a die.
While Dad's rolling that die to tell you what hand got, I should also mention that very early in the show, I also said that whenever people are around Taco, they get super horny and want to give him lots of money. I said that. And everybody was like, good.
Yeah, we like that. We like that's good.
I wrote that down.
Yeah. They get super horny and want to give him lots of money.
No, I lost my dominant hand. I lost the dominant.
Nice. Which is your right or left?
My right.
Okay. Taco, I actually remember the super horny giving you money thing. Like, has that not... That's just how it's...
haven't. It's like my acrobatic skill. It just hasn't...
You just haven't used it.
Yeah.
So about 20 minutes had passed since you guys got Merle into this med bay room.
Merle's dead. He bled out.
I'm dead, right?
And he died between episodes. It's a D&D podcast first.
But he's been recast as a younger. This is Oliver, the new Merle.
No, he is alive, and through a series of medicines and salves that Lucas has applied, you're actually pretty lucid, and the pain from your grisly wound has almost completely subsided.
Hey, it was a very clean cut. Thank you very much.
I made grizzly. Okay, yes.
Take pride in your work, Trav.
It was surgical.
It was surgical in nature.
I'm surgical with this bitch.
By the way, while we're on this subject, thanks to all those people who tweeted and said, "Here's hoping Merle dies." Thank you.
Well, everybody loves a shake-up, Dad. I don't think that that's personal against you, but, like, you know, the interjection of it, who knows what celebrity we could get to play the next Merle.
The possibilities are very exciting. Let's do some storytelling.
Wait, just to be clear, Travis, you're saying that we would not let Dad play a new character. We would bring his old character back to life with a new actor like Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Cool. Got it. Perfect.
Thanks. Thanks, bud.
You could come back as like maybe a whimsical spirit or some kind of like talking book.
Sure. Yeah.
Or talking dog.
Maybe more of a producer
book.
role in the back, taking a back seat of a Robin to our Howie. You know?
Why am I laughing?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's very sad. Merle.
That's what you'll be doing a lot of, though, and a lot of good ones, sirs.
And you'll be asked to leave the set because you're interrupting the filming.
Excellent, young masters. Way to goof them again.
Do you need any lemonade?
Thrilling plot twist.
Okay. Merle, you have been treated. What I'm trying to establish is you're actually doing okay. Aside from you're missing your right arm, and by right arm it's mostly your forearm. It kind of stops at the elbow, and you're really thoroughly bandaged up on that arm. The bleeding has come to a stop. Things have calmed down in the past in the 20 minutes that have passed.
And just to be clear, when last we left, Merle had explained to us that he heard a British guy, who tricked him.
Yes.
And then Lucas, if I remember correctly, said, "I'll explain everything."
Yeah, Lucas right now is actually in the corner. He's actually removed a panel from the wall of this med bay, and you can see he's got some sort of like hastily constructed terminal that he's like rewiring some stuff in the panels, and he's like fiddling with this terminal. And as he does, you can hear sort of rumbling and some ambient noises coming from pretty far off in the lab. And in this med bay, now that things have calmed down, you've actually got a chance to sort of take in your surroundings. There's some cabinets with medical equipment and medicines. There is some sort of scanning device. And there is a null suit chamber, much like the one that you guys had in the Bureau of Balance. It's maybe a little bit smaller than the one that you have in your lab that you used to suit up at the beginning of this adventure. And hanging off of the side of it is a suit that is Lucas-sized. It is human-shaped. And Lucas stops messing with this panel that he's fiddling with, and he goes, "Okay, I've rewired and shut down most of the rest of my lab, it should buy us about an hour and a half to get downstairs and shut this thing down.
That should give us about an hour and 29 minutes for you to explain what the holy hell is going on, and 1 minute to get downstairs.
What don't you already know? There was an accident.
Okay, what don't we know? I got a compact lets me see into some strange world. A. B. There's a voice that keeps talking to us. C. Some British guy more or less took Merle's hand. D. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, wow, he really shifted blame.
Yeah, some British guy.
Yeah,
listen, if somebody got stabbed with a sword, would you say the sword killed him? No, I was merely the tool that operated on Merle through this British guy. I was a tool.
Travis is telling his shield, like, I don't know, I never cut his hand off.
So this is like guns don't kill people.
Magnus takes
axes,
kills arms. He says, actually, before we get started, Merle, I had an idea because we're going to need your clerical ways as we go deeper. That I was thinking, I had a kind of idea of how I could maybe restore some of your two-handedness, if that makes sense.
I'm listening. I'm a little grumpy.
Okay.
As everybody can understand.
A little put off.
Magnus, I understand that you may have taken a little trophy from Hodgepodge after defeating him. Can I see it?
Give me a minute to find it. Russell. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. No, not this one. Is it this? No, not that one.
Well, you are really well armed.
Is it this one?
Yeah, that's it. He takes it and holds it.
I was so hoping Griffin would say no.
He takes the right arm and he holds it up to Merle, and it's really little. It's like a small, like a doll's arm, like a toy, like a G.I. Joe arm. He's like, no, I'm just kidding. That would be ridiculous. It's like a little toy arm. Like if I could somehow plug this into you, how would you control it? That's sci-fi bullshit. Robot arms.
Today, the part of Merle being played by Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? He actually goes back to that desk where he was messing around with a belt and a petri dish where he was messing around, and you see him.
Can I have that arm back, please?
Well, I need a piece off of it. He unscrews this like cap at the end of it and attaches it to this thing that he's tinkering with. And as he's tinkering with it, Carrie comes back into the room, and she says, "Hey, I'm back. I got what you asked me to get from Jamie." And she is holding a potted plant with these 4 wooden shoots, it looks like, coming out of it. And if you'll recall, you saw this very briefly when you went into the bugbear chamber. And Lucas goes, okay, no, this is the idea. This is going to be great. And he takes that plant and removes it, depots it, takes it out. And as he's like taking it out of the pot and shaking the dirt off of its roots, you actually see the plant like kind of protest. Like it's like trying to slap his hand away. And he plants it in this petri dish that you can see has some sort of green viscous fluid in it. And he sprays it down with something. And he picks it up, and it just kind of looks like this wooden plant is hanging off of this belt. And he creates
Lucas.
He creates some sort of concoction that he walks over to Merle, and he says, "Here, drink this. Trust me, please. This is going to be so sick." This is Merle. I know you've been burned by people asking you to do stuff that maybe you don't trust in the past 15 minutes, but trust me on this. This is going to be tight as hell.
Sure. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Your other arm falls off.
I'm really down. So, yeah, go ahead. Kick me while I'm vulnerable. I feel very vulnerable.
Okay.
Right now.
So you're down in this bev?
It's like an appletini.
It actually tastes more like a carbonated wheatgrass shot.
Nice.
It doesn't taste especially great. But as you taste it, and as you drink it, you see these 4 wooden shoots hanging off of this belt kind of come to a standstill, and start to wrap around each other and tie around each other, and they form what looks like kind of a crude four-fingered arm. And Lucas explains, he says, okay, so biology's not my specialty, but this is definitely going to work. This is a plant called soulwood, and it's a psychically tuned plant that can resonate with certain people that resonate with them, and it can sort of change its biology based on the whims of other living creatures. And Merle, from what I understand, plants are like kind of your specialty. So
romantically.
Romantically speaking. So my thinking is, do you mind? I'm going to get close. I'm going to get intimate.
Hell yeah, it's ASMR.
Yeah.
He starts whispering in nerd ASMR. Okay, so what does gotta do? He takes this belt and wraps it around your shoulder, and then there's another fastener that goes around your chest. And as
Merle,
he's
how do you
doing
feel
this,
about autoerotic asphyxiation?
as he's doing this, he is straight up like Army of Darkness, attaching this wooden arm to you. That is now roughly the size. It's actually kind of bigger than your other arm.
I chop it off.
Oh no, that didn't last very long at all, huh?
No, I don't. Not this time.
Yeah, you have this wooden arm, and you feel this psychic link with it. You feel like a deep connection with this arm made up of these four wooden shoots that have twisted around each other to form the shape of an arm.
So I guess
Awesome.
it all worked out.
Yeah, everything worked out for the best.
Worked out fine.
I want you to feel completely off the hook, Magnus.
And
Lucas-
then Magnus and Merle engage in a very complicated, like, high-five secret handshake so you can test out. We do the shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Pop, the Bureau handshake.
Yeah, as you do the secret Merle and Magnus handshake, Merle, you feel like it is like not a big deal to move this thing at all. It takes maybe a little bit to become as dexterous with it as you were your original OG dwarf hand. But yeah, you have pretty good control over this soulwood arm, and it actually like kind of curls up towards you and gives you a big thumbs up, as if to say, "Hey, I'm your arm now."
Wow, creepy, cool. Really creepy. Yeah, good. It's really going to cut back on my fireworks.
I want it in the canon.
And hey, good news! Now you got somebody to blame for your rolls. It's the tree.
I want it in the canon that Magnus is actually like a little bit jealous of his sweet new wooden arm. That Magnus, not out loud, mind you, but just quietly to himself.
Yeah,
and I would like it in canon that Magnus can kiss my Kenny Chesney tattoo.
It's fair. All of this is fair.
Can you imagine what delectable torture that would be, though, for Magnus to have a tree on his arm that he cannot split?
Yeah.
Well, he can. Can Magnus make a tree even he can't split?
So, in terms of mechanics, Merle, you now have just a permanent disadvantage on sleight of hand rolls. Your days of having good sleight of hand rolls are behind you.
Well, my days of having any good rolls are behind me.
But you can now control this hand separately from yourself. You can take it off, chuck it, control it like you would normally.
What?
Like your hand, only you can control it remotely.
So it gave him superpowers, basically.
Yeah.
Great.
More so than the magic he could already wield, summoning angels and all that.
Magnus cuts both his legs off. Like, all right, juice me up.
What do you got for me?
Cuts his head off.
He says, Lucas says, okay, so we don't have a whole lot of time for you to get acclimated to your new arm, so you're going to have to figure it out on the fly. But before we get out there, we're going to need to recharge your suits. And Noel says, oh, that's right. Oh, gosh, sorry, I completely blanked. And a little compartment opens up, and a tank pops out that looks very much like the tank of a spray that they plugged into the chamber when you first got sprayed down to null suit yourselves. And Lucas slips into his null suit and plugs the tank into the chamber. And he's like, all right, everybody pile on in. It's time to recharge. And I guess very awkwardly, because there's more of you now, like you're doing like a real world road rules, like how many co-eds can we fit into a phone booth challenge. you all get coated in another layer of null suit juice. The meters, you have these like little panels on your wrists that are showing how much energy you have left in your null suits, are completely full up now. And everybody gets all sprayed down.
And may I say, in Amazon reviews, I'm giving the null suits originally 1 thumbs down.
That's not how Amazon reviews work.
I couldn't pass up a thumb joke.
Oh, that's a good point. We're gonna have a lot of those now.
Hey, Lucas, while we're all showering together,
yeah.
When
what
Merle
is that?
You're standing on my thigh, which is weird.
Thank you for the boost. When Merle mentioned a British guy, did that ring any bells for you?
I swear, guys, the lying stuff is over now. I have no fucking idea
But you realize that, like, this is an all-audio medium, so all I can do is ask questions, right?
No,
I can't look around and observe.
No, I get it.
Okay.
If you want, I can tell you all about the compact.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It would be easier if I show you the Cosmoscope. Are you guys ready to roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still a lot of pain, but okay.
Oh yeah, Justin. I want to hear
Taco today will be played by a ghost.
Yeah, your cold and flu version of Taco should be interesting.
Yeah. Taco silently nods in agreement.
You guys make your way out of the med bay and through the decontamination chamber back into the central hub. This room is kind of a mess because the crystal golem started to form in here and kind of fucked shit up as he was like breaking pieces of crystal off. And you make your way into the door that you saw earlier that was labeled the Cosmoscope. And as you pass through the airlock into the Cosmoscope, you enter into what you assume to be a pretty large chamber, although it is like completely pitch black in here. Save for a pillar of light, which is illuminating what looks like a circular disc that is kind of free floating in the middle of the room, facing you. Lucas walks into the back of the room, into the darkness. You see him get out a flashlight, and you can see he's like messing with some sort of lectern back there.
Time for scary stories.
And he says, "This is the tale of the old sailor's mummy." No, he flips some switches on this lectern, and you see an image pop up on this disc. And it looks like the lab that you are currently standing in, as seen from above, from outside of the lab. And he says, "Okay, I'm about to get into some pretty heady concepts. I'm probably going to blow your whole mind and just kind of reshape the way that you think about existence and stuff. So if it ever gets to be too much or you have any questions, please feel free to stop me, okay?"
Okay, wait, stop. You've blown my mind.
Okay. Boy, this is going to take forever, I bet. Let's take this slow. My whole life, I have been obsessed with the concepts of taxonomy and hierarchy. That for everything that exists, there's always a bigger thing that contains it.
There's always someone cooler than you, right?
That's one way of putting it. Yeah, and so there's always a bigger thing that it has a bigger thing that contains it, and so on and so forth, repeated on to just an inconceivable degree.
Turtles all the way down.
Turtles all the way down. Turtles all the way up. Bigger turtles. So he points to this disc in the room, in the middle of the room. He says, "Okay, so this is my lab. We could go way deeper on like the micro scale to like elementary particles and stuff like that. But for the lightweight version of this demonstration, let's start here. Here's my lab."
Got it.
And he holds out 2 index fingers and does like an iPhone pinches them together, and the image pans out. You see it zoom out, and now you can see the Stillwater Sea underneath his lab. He goes, "Okay, so here it is floating over the Stillwater Sea." And he pinches the screen again, and he said, "Okay, and here's that sea in relation to the neighboring land masses. And here's the whole continent, Faerun. And here's our whole world, Ibir Tirol."
How'd you do that?
Just bear with me. You're going to go way, way further.
What?
Here's our solar system.
Huh?
Here's the local interstellar cloud, the local bubble, the local arm, the galaxy. And as he's doing this, like, you are seeing all just like the entire galaxy, the spiraling, and it's beautiful. You've never seen anything quite like it. And he goes, and here's the local group. Oh, okay. I want to actually ask you guys about that here in a minute, but here's the local group, the local cluster, local super cluster, and so on and so forth until here. And
it's all just a collar on a cat.
He says this is the observable universe. This is everything we know, every place we've ever been, every person we've ever met, every place anyone's ever been, is in here. But more importantly, so are the immutable rules that govern the people, places, and things inside of this universe. Things like gravity and thermodynamics and arcane interactions. And all that stuff, all that matter and energy and the rules that govern it comprise this, our universe. You guys are just a handful of people who have ever seen the observable universe before, so it's pretty cool, right?
Way into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there like a guest book we need to sign, or?
Hey, listen. Listen. What if
Joe Zabadoo?
Listen, what if I was to take one step past what you've shown me here?
Taco, can I say something?
What's up?
You have just made me very, very happy. He walks to the back of the room again.
And also, just to clarify, horny. Right? We're trying to circle back. And also, you have a deep
It all ties together.
A lot of money.
You've made me very horny, he says. And he flips a switch on that lectern, and the whole room lights up. And the disc in the middle, you can see that you were just looking at, is made of some sort of dark bluish green material in a perfect circle with some silvery trim all around it. And this disc is levitating. But you realize as the lights go up, this room is filled with these discs. And they're all arrayed in orbit around this central disc in rings around it. And there's 10 other of these discs in the room, and they're all different colors, bright reds and oranges and greens and blues and whites, and they're all displaying a wide array of scenes of impossible things. You look into this red
like
disc. Well, you see it like a world that looks kind of like the world if the world was made completely out of lava and fire. And then there's a blue disc where it's just a giant ocean, a world made of water and ice. You see a world where millions of these living lights just float weightlessly through the air, and worlds where oceans of magical energy wash up on shores made of these brilliant white sands. You see these things that
there's
are
a name for that one. It's Ibiza.
You
see a world where everything's the same except everybody's got mustaches.
You see, well, no, that's not one of them, but you see all of these like incredible worlds, and you don't know where to look. And Lucas says,
I would look at Buffett Planet back there, a couple planets back.
Yeah. Lucas says, Taco, to answer your question, this is the next thing that's bigger. This is our planar system. This disc that you see that represents our observable universe, this is actually our plane. This is the prime material plane. We're smack dab in the middle of the planar universe. And each of these are different planes of existence. And they each produce unique energies, and they share these energies. They inform the material and physical makeup of each other. Some connections, they each have connections. Some are more tenuous than others, but these make up the real existence. Each plane having its own sort of energies and rules. It's this is what's bigger than the universe.
Okay,
and then what's bigger than that?
Good question.
Thank you.
Great question, I think.
Well, let's start with this. There are 6 building block planes, right? There's and these, he points to these discs that are on like the outermost ring away from the prime material plane disc that's in the middle of the room. And he goes, so you got your elemental planes: fire, air, water, earth. And then you got the planes of light and shadow. No, Taco, certainly you probably know a little bit about these during your studies at Wizard U.
Yeah, I've gotten balls deep in some of those other planes.
I think he's got a secret room in one of them.
When I use blink, I get all up in those other planes.
Yeah, that's right. When you use blink, you end up in the ethereal plane, and you
didn't
see
list that amongst your planes.
Well, there's more. I'm going to run through them, but if you actually look, you can actually see underneath the disc that you were looking at first, where you're like looking at your own universe. You actually see another disc underneath it, and he's like, that one is the ethereal plane. And it's kind of like a filter. It's like where the raw energies of the rest of the planes are kind of filtered into the prime material plane, so it's not just like everything's on fire or drowning all the time. So yeah, anyway, that's the 7th. And then we got the planes that sort of inform the energies of life itself, like the plane of magic, where magic energy is born. And then on the opposite end of that, you see there's the plane of thought, which is the source of logic and reason and emotion.
So the boring one.
Well, as you actually look into the plane of thought, which is this deep green emerald mirror, you see similar scenes to the things that you saw in the compact, Magnus. You see a large, wide gray road with a bunch of vehicles just sort of sitting stuck on it.
Metal dragons.
You see, you see scenes like you saw in the compact.
So this plane is where all the creativity and energy for this world comes from, the creation.
Yeah, it's like where the home of like logical thought is. That's why I call it the plane of thought.
Show me Donald Trump.
He says, I don't know quite who that is. Although the fact that you guys make so many references to this world makes me think you have to have spent some time there at some point.
I have a little house there.
I can't tell if you're joking, which is like kind of par for the course. Anyway, there's the other higher planes. There's the celestial plane, which is inhabited by the beings that I guess some people would consider deities.
There's the meat plane, the vegetable plane, the dairy plane, right? The breads plane.
Soluble fats plane.
Yeah, but you only want to visit that one sometimes.
The plane that's not very exciting.
Yeah,
I've been working on an updated version.
Plane that's just full of planes.
And the plane with all these planes in the plane.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
I've been working on a new version of the food pyramid to kind of educate the people of Faerun, but it's kind of like a cube, and it's for people who like to party.
It sounds. Listen, I got to be honest. From me to you, that sounds dope as hell.
And then the prime material plane, the ethereal plane, you know about those. And then the astral plane, which is where our unconscious forms or our souls retire when we die here in the prime material plane.
Is Merle's arm there?
Wait a minute. That goes completely against my theology.
Yeah.
Well,
is there a Pan plane?
Please respect his beliefs.
Well, Pan probably kicks it in the celestial plane. You actually, as he was talking about the astral plane, you realize that he's talked about 12 different planes, but there's only 11 in the room. And he says, oh, the astral plane. So anyway, let me explain. Crystals, certain types of gemstones, if grown into a perfect circle, they can't be cut. If you cut it, it doesn't work. If they have to be naturally grown in a perfect circle, resonate with the different planes of existence, with the 12 planes that form our planar system, right?
Well, everybody knows that.
Yeah,
well,
that's 101.
Yeah. Literally nobody outside of this family knows that.
I knew it.
I knew it.
Yeah, we knew it. We talked about it yesterday. You remember that, Merle?
Yeah. When I wasn't speaking to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, listen, little man. These guys are just being braggadocious. Don't let them rattle your chain. Go ahead with what you were saying. I'm loving all this. Lay it down.
So anyway, my great-grandfather found a crystal just like that. And it was a perfect emerald disc that had just grown like that naturally in nature. And through that, he was able to see into the plane of thought. And using that, we may have gained a little bit of inspiration for our inventions here in the prime material plane. Kind of cheating, I guess, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
Is it possible that through tampering and connecting with these planes that you might have gotten the attention of something that we shouldn't have?
Definitely not.
That really... that kind of feels like what's going on here.
Can you guys give me a minute? Sorry. One sec.
He's gonna go right. He's gotta go write a new story.
Yeah, he's like, no. Give me 20 minutes.
It's like when the producers of Lost pretended that it wasn't about purgatory the whole time.
It was?
It was.
It was about purgatory?
It was about purgatory the whole time.
Oh, I thought it was inside like a snow globe thing, and it was like...
Here's the thing, Dad. The tricky thing is, even when it wasn't about purgatory, it was, because that's how purgatory works.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry. So yeah, my family, we've sort of led the industrial revolution in this world for generations now because of that mirror, and so because of that, my mother Maureen started to sort of come up with this idea of how we could create other mirrors into other worlds, but it's really hard to do, because you can't. Like I said, you can't cut these gemstones to create these
Well, if it was easy,
mirrors.
everyone would do it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Everybody would have their own extra-planar sort of telescope situation. Killian's actually getting a little short-tempered about all this. She's like, can you please just, explain why you use the Grand Relic to do all this stuff? Because this is cool
He
and
was
everything.
trying to grow another mirror for the ethereal plane.
Okay, yeah, that's why I assume. I was just kind of hoping to get to the point a little
Read between the lines, Killian.
He says, okay, so
she's not seeing anybody. Your mom is not, dating or anything, right?
Yikes. Okay. No,
Maybe
she's-
carbon dating.
He's got a plant. That's his thing.
I mean, my mother was very, very much a botanist. She sort of helped.
Did your mom die, or did she, disappear one day?
She passed away, unfortunately.
Passed away into another plane.
Well, yeah, into the astral plane, because that's where you go. Anyway, I used the Philosopher's Stone to transmogrify just pools of water into these different mirrors. And it took me some experimenting. I had to figure out which gemstones correspond to which planes. Man, I made so many gemstones. But the result is I created these 12. Unfortunately, I was working. He flicks another switch on the lectern, and the discs start to sort of rotate around the central one, like they're moving like planets in orbit. He's like, I was trying to get their trajectories right, and I accidentally broke the astral mirror, so I got to grow a new one of those. Although
smooth move, X-Lax.
I very much doubt that you guys are going to let me keep playing around with that Philosopher's Stone. So I guess I'm just gonna have to cut my losses there.
Well, but then again, I get it when you want the complete set and you don't have, and you're like one away.
Exactly. So, anyway,
it's like NASCAR plates.
Yeah, I'm a collector too, man. I get it.
This is what I was working on. This is what I was using the Philosopher's Stone for, is to create the Cosmoscope, which I could use to see the whole planar system. And Burl, you asked a very important question earlier that I would also like to circle back to.
Ah, yes. What was it?
You've already forgotten. Of course, he freezes and time.
Well, you son of a
time kind of freezes. And
you're in complete control of this world, Griffin. You made that happen. Don't act like that was out of your control.
Yeah, time is kind of frozen here. The orbit of these discs has stopped. And Killian and Carrie and Noelle have just kind of stopped. And from behind you, you hear a voice ask that question, and it asks, "What's bigger than this?"
Oh, God, if he's got a raincoat on, I am not turning around.
Oh, like a flasher in his penis.
Thank you, Travis.
I just wanted to make sure that all of our listeners, especially the younger ones, really understood what Dad was implying.
the children who listen to the podcast, Daddy.
Of course.
Children who are going to be very confused the first time they see an onion. I don't know what these are supposed to be for.
You shouldn't let your kids listen to this show. Griffin literally named a character King Dick. And it's like, where does that even fit in? I don't even... Well, I mean, I know where it fits in, but listen, I didn't mean that in the way that you thought I meant it.
Hey everybody, this is Griffin McElroy, your Dungeon Master, your best friend, your dog whisperer. Thank you for listening to episode 35 of The Adventure Zone. what turned out to be an extremely exposition-heavy episode. Sometimes that just happens. We're trying to build bridges, trying to set some groundwork. Got a lot to talk about in this week's commercial break, so let's get right into it. We got a couple sponsors this week on the Adventure Zone. I want to tell you all about Squarespace. If you've ever listened to podcasts, then you probably know all about Squarespace. They are a platform that you can use to design a really good-looking website without having to know anything about making websites, without having to spend much time doing it. It makes it really easy to make really gorgeous websites. Travis used it actually to make McElroyShows.com, which I might as well plug here as well, where we track all of the different podcasts we're doing. We're doing a ton of different podcasts between like hosting and editing and producing, and Travis made McElroyShows.com to show everybody what we're doing, and you use Squarespace to do it. They got easy-to-use tools, they got templates, they got everything you need to showcase every detail of what drives you. So you can start your free trial today. Just visit squarespace.com/adventure, because you should Squarespace. I'm supposed to do an ellipses in there. I think I did a proper amount of pausing. The Adventure Zone is also supported in part this week by Loot Pets. It's like Loot Crate, but for your pets. It is a monthly subscription mystery crate, and it's for your pets and the people that love your pets. Delivering fun and hard-to-find apparel, accessories, toys, treats, and more. For under $20 a month, you'll get 6 to 8 items that include licensed gear, apparel, collectibles, and more stuff that you never even knew existed for your little poocher. They're celebrating the release of Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice with some of the greatest rivalries in pop culture. This March's theme is called Versus. They got exclusives that you can wear, display, and use in addition to their monthly t-shirt and their monthly loot pin. Treat your pet right. Treat your dog so right. You have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to subscribe and receive that month's crate. Just go to lootcrate.com/adventure and enter the code ADVENTURE, and you can save $3 off any new subscription. How about that? How about that? I got a personal message here. If you want to get a personal message for yourself or your small business on the show, just go to MaximumFun.org/Jumbotron. It's the easiest thing in the world. You can find all the instructions on how to do that there. This one is for Michael Burkarski, and it's from Clara, a.k.a. Her Excellency Lady Pants. Clara, a.k.a. Her Most Excellent Lady Pants, says, I just spent too much money. Well, I will be to each their own. I just spent too much money to be the first one of us to make a McElroy say something on our behalf. I think I win at friendship. And I guess friendship is now a sport about being the fastest to pay a podcaster to say things. Also, going to super fancy Japanese restaurants. We should do that again. P.S. I win. Yeah, I mean, I'm not crazy about being, I guess, the scoreboard for this bold new sport, but I like the direction that it's going in, and I would love to be a sponsor of your Make Podcasters Say Shit team. And one final message. This one is actually a call to action to go give a read to a new book. It's called The Cogs of Alusura. That's Alusura by Sydney Lotto, which is available now on the Amazon Kindle for $3.99. $3.99. What is this book, you ask? Well, I'm about to tell you. Calm down. The Cogs of Alusura is a steampunk adventure following the exploits of Eleanor and Simon Brader. As they hunt down their former teammates who murdered their king, they discover a dark secret that will shake their country to the core and push their very marriage to the brink. Along the way, they must fend off hordes of ferocious elemental fungus monsters that prowl the night and feed on those who leave the safety of Alusura's walled cities. Just search Terra Finite, TerraFinite, for links to the Facebook page. This is good if you listen to our bonus episode, which is very steampunky, and you got that flavor in your mouth and you want more of it. Go here. Go check out the Cogs of Alusura. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just jot down ferocious elemental fungus monsters to steal that for a later episode of the Adventure Zone. Thank you very much. So this is very, very important. Starting next week, the Max Fun Drive, the 2016 Max Fun Drive, kicks off, and it runs for 2 weeks. If you listened to the show last year, you know all about the Max Fun Drive. We are a part of the Maximum Fun Network. We are happy to be a part of it. Us, with my brother and me, and the other shows that we've been doing, we've been on the network for forever now, and we absolutely love it. It is a donor-funded, supported network. Every year we do bonus content, we do special episodes, we have exclusive gifts for new and upgrading members who donate to help support us. and keep us going and allow us to spend more and more time and resources on doing these podcasts. And that starts next week, next Monday on March 14th, and it runs for 2 weeks. So if you are a donor to the Maximum Fun Network, or you become a donor during this drive, you will get access to all of the bonus content that the Adventure Zone has ever done, including all of the bonus content that all of the shows on the Maximum Fun Network has ever done. It is tons and tons and tons of content, and that includes a new bonus episode that we did special just for this Max Fun Drive, where Travis was the dungeon master of a whole new game, whole new world, new characters, new everything. It's like an hour and 40 minutes. It was really, really fun. We're trying to figure out a way to do more of it as an incentive for the Max Fun Drive that we would give out to donors. But yeah, it was really, really fun. And if you want to hear it, you can become a donor and you can help support us, and you'll get all kinds of pledge gifts. So that's sort of our incentive for donating. During the pledge drive, we are going to put out an episode for 2 concurrent weeks. So we are actually not skipping next week. We're going to have a new episode next week. However, we are actually going to do the Adventure Zone, a dumb, bad joke that we joked about, where we would do sort of a Talking Dead style discussion of the game and the story, and we would answer questions and sort of address fan theories and all that stuff. So to sort of bridge the gap between weeks, or between bye weeks, I guess, between fortnights, we are going to have an episode up next Thursday where we do the Adventure Zone. If you have a question that you want to get on the show that you want us to talk about D&D, or about this campaign, just go ahead and send that to adventurezonecast@gmail.com. And we'll probably end up talking about it. I have no idea how this episode's going to go, but we definitely wanted to do something for concurrent weeks. And so we are doing the Adventure Zone, and I'm really excited about it. And of course, we'll have more details on how you can help support us and support the network next week during the Max Fun Drive. I want to thank everybody who's been tweeting about the show using the Zonecast hashtag. If you tweet using that hashtag, you might end up as a character on this show, like the many characters that have ended up in this arc. There were no new ones in this episode, if I can remember correctly. But yeah, we're probably got a couple more episodes in this arc, and then we're going to move on to the next one, and that's always a big opportunity to get a bunch of new characters named after you. So go ahead and tweet about the show using the Zonecast hashtag. We really appreciate you spreading the word too. This has gone on for roughly forever. Our next episode will be the Adventure Zone. And that's going to go up next Thursday, March 17th. And then we'll have another episode up back to more regular programming on Thursday, March 24th. So, hey, see you next week. I'll do a recap of what happened before we started talking about dicks. You hear a voice from behind you say, "What's bigger than this?"
I turn around. No, Magnus turns around. Which one am I? I'm lost within myself.
I don't know. Nobody does character voices except me. So
I turn around.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he say that aloud?
I turn around too.
I'm turning around. We're all turning.
As you all say that you're turning around, as you turn around
out loud,
you see a floating figure in a bright red robe.
I attack it.
Yeah, I blast it with magic missile.
Okay. Magnus, roll your dice.
15 plus 7, 22.
Okay, he's incorporeal, and your axe passes right through him.
I attack again. I get 2 attacks per turn. 14 plus 7, 21.
Your second attack hits. And
what?
No, it doesn't. He's incorporeal. It passes right through him. And Taco,
but does he seem miffed?
Nope. Taco, you're magic missiling him?
No, I mean, it depends. Did I know he was incorporeal before, or did I watch Travis attack first? If I watched Magnus attack first, I probably didn't blast it with magic missile.
Okay, then
Magnus steps into the place where he is and like kind of blends in with him and goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm in a red robe."
He phases.
Now I do use magic missile.
He phases sort of upwards, so he's floating above you. Okay, excuse me. Sup? No.
ASL.
ASMR.
I spoke to you about the hunger of all living things.
When?
Well, when was that?
The last time he fucking saw you. Remember a thing. Remember anything.
No, that was in character, Griffin. That was Magnus.
Oh.
The last one in the office building.
And with Bane, with Captain Bane.
Yeah, he tried to poison you.
He tried to poison us?
Okay, so a lot of things went unnoticed.
I'm not remembering. That one is by me.
Well, take it on credit. I warned you about the hunger of all living things.
Mm-hmm. He motions to all of the different planes, and he says,
"This is the power it seeks. The power of creation itself.
Got it.
A billion lives have been devoured by this hunger in pursuit of its power."
A billion?
Yes.
That's a lot.
It sure is.
He waves a hand, and there's a crate sort of in the back of the room by the lectern. It actually kind of looks like a trash bin. And as he motions towards it, it tips over, and some small gemstone discs crash out of it. And one of them, you can see, is it's a very dark disc, kind of like black, but you can see definite like flecks of red and green and blue color in this black disc. And this disc begins to shake, and this horrifying black cloud sort of emerges out of it, and it slowly creeps towards these discs that are floating in the room, and one by one just consumes them. And as each disc is consumed, you hear like screaming voices coming from it.
Whoa! Hey,
it is an absolutely terrifying scene, and it consumes the prime material plane, and you feel kind of sick watching it. And after it has consumed all of them, this red-robed figure snaps his fingers, and the cloud disappears. This vision kind of leaves you, and he says,
"There's no more running. There's no escape. This world is life's last chance."
Who are you?
It's not time for me to tell you that yet.
What time will you tell me?
In like 10 episodes.
Okay, I'll put it in my calendar.
He says,
"You three are the only..." Taco, where did you find that umbrella?
Yeah, I took it off this dead thug with a red robe. This dead guy. He had a red robe.
He was totes dead.
He was dead, though.
You just killed him.
Listen, I didn't
Did we
kill
him? Or?
No.
Okay.
He was long dead.
We would have.
This
no problem.
He's starting to.
No problem here.
He's starting to shudder. There's red electricity kind of crackling through him, and he says,
"What? Wait, you found her?"
I'm gonna step a little bit away from
It was a lady?
As he shouts that, he bursts into flames and disappears.
Dag.
Wow.
And the lights come back on, and Lucas says, "What's bigger than this?"
And we turn around, and he's got his penis out.
Listen, we've been through a few things just now. Todd, it doesn't matter. Go ahead with your little presentation. I think we're all getting a big kick out of it. Hey, by the way, I meant to tell you this is a great PowerPoint.
Thanks.
A lot of people forget to give props for PowerPoints.
Thanks.
Great ones.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Thanks,
Not as easy as it looks. There's a lot of aesthetic decisions
I worked.
I like the fonts.
I worked really hard on it. There's some good clip art, like free fair use clip art.
Hey, it's me, Clippy. I see you're trying to explain the planar system. Might I recommend Comic Sans?
Noelle has her little satellite dish scanner thing out, and it's glowing green. And she says, "Well, that's weird.
I sense green.
I had my scanner on before when I scanned that crystal monster, and I'm picking up some. It says it's one of you guys isn't a lich, are you?
A what?
A lich?
I'm not.
No, not to my knowledge.
I guess,
but I have a couple of liches that are friends.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got lich
They're cool.
friend.
They're good. They're good people.
I guess my scanner's on the fritz. I'll have to.
You're sensing a lich?
Yeah, I picked up on a lich being in the room.
And a lich,
like
a
somebody's
lich,
a lecher. I don't.
A lich is like a undead.
You can make an Arcana check, and I can tell you exactly what a lich is.
All right. Yeah, rolling. I forgot about that. Okay, that's not going to do it. That's a 4 plus 0.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, you have,
All right,
you have,
I'll make one with my plant arm. 15.
Nice.
Merle, between your sort of backgrounds in religion and arcana, you know that a lich is sort of this embodiment of a very powerful magic user who sort of combines their essence, their like life energy, with their magical energy, and sort of transcends their physical form. Technically, it's like an undead. Imagine like a ghost made out of magic. But that a magic user has to kind of willfully do that. Although,
like David Blaine,
kind of, yeah. Except that what's interesting is that most liches, when a magic user does this, it's like way too ambitious a thing, and they can't really control that energy. And most liches are just like insane. Like they have no control over themselves. They're just like hyper violent, hyper evil embodiments of like raw magical energy. They are not usually well spoken beings. And Lucas also says, well, that's weird. What do you guys knock over by rubbish bin? I had some things here that I was these are some mirrors that like didn't end up being anything. What do you guys like come over and kick this over?
No, that does sound like us, but
sounds like something we would do.
No,
if we thought
really,
there was
and you know, when we're staying at somebody's place, we take really good care of it.
Yeah.
So
I don't-
Yeah,
Okay.
no, not us.
This is going to be my final plea for everybody on the show to use character voices. I would do anything to make it more sonically pleasurable for our listeners.
Let me try it again. No, it wasn't me. No, I didn't do it. Nope. We're very careful about places.
It was me.
No, I can't. No, I'm not going to play with you, little kid.
You guys could like essentially swap right now if you wanted to.
Oh, that's easy. I'll just talk like I always talk because that means I don't have to do character voice from Travis or Dad ever.
So the mirror on the floor that you actually the black mirror that you saw that cloud come out of, from where you're standing, fairly far away, you actually see some like faint white moving shapes in it.
I get closer to it.
Okay. As standing over it, you can actually see what look like white eyes looking back at you through this black mirror. And as they sort of make eye contact with you, these eyes quickly shut and disappear.
I pick it up.
Okay.
Hey, Lucas?
Yeah, what's up?
Can I have this?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of value. I mean, it's ethically unsound. You're not gonna
Lucas?
You're not gonna sell it, right?
No.
So that one's made out. Let me see. That one's made out of black opal, which is, I mean, it's inert. It doesn't resonate with any planes. But yeah, I guess if you want to keep it, you can hold on to that if you want.
I do.
Okay.
And I chop his arm off.
That's just going to be just when you least expect it.
Well, you know, I don't want his arm to turn into a black disc with little white flecks in it.
It's cool. It's cool. None of that.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. All these things, all these crystals and stuff aren't spreading around. This room is not. Also, I should have mentioned earlier, it's not crystallized with the pink tourmaline. He says, "Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's what I've been up to. So let's
the spirit. Sorry, Lucas. Real quick. 1 second. The spirit that we encountered talked about seeing beyond the plane. What?
Oh, nice one. Good one.
Yeah, there was a thing. Yeah, because we know so much. There was a thing that like inhabited the golems that we've been fighting and that kind of stuff that sang to us about seeing beyond the plane and their crystal kingdom. And it really feels like this planar stuff might have something to do with that.
That's it.
We're sorry we didn't tell you before, Lucas.
Are you Nixon. Richard Nixon?
Was that okay? Was that good?
Yeah, it's fun. I'm gonna.
You can't just do any voice.
You just told me to do a character voice.
Rich Little plays Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, Mommy,
You don't want you want a fucking tour of American history. Just do one character voice to do it.
Well, you're doing a different character voice. Your Barry White
My
voice.
throat hurts. And again, that's 2 to your 0 voices.
Well, you're using up all the character voice.
He says he did not. He has no idea what you're talking about. What songs? What are you talking about?
It goes like, here in my crystal kingdom, there is a castle on a cloud.
I've been accused.
I'd like to go there in my dreams, here in my crystal kingdom. That was Magnus singing in character voice.
Yeah. I mean, the song is basically a mashup of that and the forest music from the Super Mario RPG. I've realized now in post. We should probably get a move on because I think we're down to about 50 minutes now. And yeah, we should really get scooting.
Okay, quick 20-minute nap.
Hey, man, that'll be groovy. Let's go.
Let's go, Sammy Davis Jr. As a gnome, as a
Wait,
dwarf.
so am I Jerry Lewis? Hold on. Okay. We got Dean Martin. We've got Sammy Davis Jr.
I'm out the door,
Okay.
so I can't hear this.
So back in the sort of central hub room of this floor, Lucas walks over to the central pillar, and it's got one of those like red hand lock things on it, and he puts his hand on it, and it makes a bing bong noise, and you hear an elevator sort of moving up to come to your level, and he says, okay, are you guys ready to go down to the lower level? You guys ready to stop this thing?
What is down there?
One of my robots just attacked me. I don't know. I think we can stop him, but I think...
Oh, cool. Robots.
Yeah,
Let's do
I
it.
believe in the power of our friendship and teamwork that we can all do it.
Yeah, well, maybe.
And
hell yeah.
Carrie and Killian actually draw their weapons. And they say... And Killian says, Lucas, the only place that you're going is the Pokey. We've
what timing?
We received orders to. We had to figure out what he was doing. Do you not remember our orders from the director?
I do, but you couldn't wait until after he helped us stop the thing.
I'm not going to let him get anywhere near the Philosopher's Stone. I don't trust this dude as far as I can.
So what are you going to do with him right now?
I'm going to take him. We're going to extract him, and we're going to fucking lock him in prison, probably forever.
And you're just going to leave us here to deal with this shit.
You guys can handle it. You're reclaimers. We can't do it. If we get too close to the thing, it might end up tempting us. It'll definitely tempt this motherfucker. We're taking this guy to jail.
I appreciate less help. Thank you so much,
Killian is getting kind of aggro, and Carrie's like trying to sort of, okay, guys, listen. We got to take him away. We got to take him out. And Lucas is like, Merle, Magnus, Taco, come on, help me out. I can help you guys stop this thing.
All right, here's the deal. Killian, Carrie, take him back to the lab. Lock yourselves in where we just were. Lock yourselves in. Leave his necklace on him. If he helps us get through this through communication, Lucas, if you help, I will plead your case. I will say that you were cooperative, that
We
you
don't
went
have
easily.
like a court. This guy used a Grand Relic. And he knew not to do that. That's it. This like.
Are you saying this out loud, or are you saying this like in character?
Yeah, that's Killian's voice. I know it's confusing.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, well, good plan, Magnus, but it sounds like she just blew up your spot. Way to play along, Killian. Real smooth.
Yeah.
I don't tell you.
Super
Hey,
cool.
I don't tell you guys how to recover relics. You don't tell me how to regulate.
You actually have done that before.
You've said many times.
I can remember
Okay,
six
the
times.
first time we met, yes, I explicitly told you how to recover relics, but you weren't on the payroll then. Listen, you guys are good at this. We're good at this. She points at Lucas. This is what we're good at, which is getting creeps away from destroying the fucking world.
You would be locked in a fucking frozen room if we hadn't come along.
That's
So don't sit there and
we're-
lecture me on how you know how to do your job. We're gonna get through this together. You got it?
As you're like arguing with Killian, you notice that this pool of, it looks like blue, just like a pool of the color blue is spreading out of the central elevator in this room. And then very quickly, like a sound wave, it like roars through the entirety of the room, and you feel like the lab shake a little bit. And you actually feel this wave of blue ripple underneath your feet. And then suddenly the whole room is blue sapphire.
Abba dee baba die, rabba dee baba
And then very
die,
quickly,
baba
before you
dee
can sing any
baba
more of the
die.
song, there's another roar and another wave, and then the room is bright green emerald. And then another wave, and it is just shimmering orange topaz. And the room just keeps like fluctuating quickly between these different colors, and it kind of feels like there's an earthquake happening as the entire lab transmutates between these different gemstones. And with each one, there's like another deafening roar. And finally, it all kind of settles on, let's say, amethyst.
What color is that?
Purple.
Purple.
And
Amber?
it's sort of...
Did you mean to say amber?
Amber, yeah, it stops at amber. No, that's not good. We'll do amethyst.
No, that makes us look all washed out.
What color is the energy?
I mean, the energy is 311's amber, but
Okay.
Listen,
so
enough of
this
the chin
yeah,
wag.
it kind of puts an end to the argument that you're having.
Killian, I'm sorry. I don't even know what we were arguing about. Friends?
Yeah, so you're gonna let us take this guy back, and you're not gonna raise a big.
Oh, no, that's what we were arguing about. Thank you. I completely forgot.
Lucas says, "Gang, listen. We don't have time for this. And I need all of you guys to make Constitution saving throws."
Not great. Yeah, mine is not great there, Ditto. I had a 4 plus 3, 7.
I rolled 18 plus 2 is 20.
Damn it.
Nice. 1 plus dick for me.
As soon as Lucas says that, you all feel the panels that are built into the wrist of your null suits that Lucas designed. You feel them very quickly heat up, and then you feel something very bad as these purple volts of electricity just kind of surround you, emanating from that panel, and paralyzing you.
God damn it.
And Taco, you just fall to the floor. You are not moving. You have been completely paralyzed as you fall to the floor. Magnus, your like head is good and your hands are good, but your arms and legs are both paralyzed. And Merle, just your legs are paralyzed as you fall to the floor. But all of you go down. Carrie and Killian go down like a sack of bricks. And right as soon as that happens, the elevator doors open. Lucas runs in. And as the doors shut behind him, he says, "I am so, so sorry."
Well, you know what, you dickhole? Like, I was fighting for you, you ass.
And he is gone. And Killian says, "I am going to absolutely murder that man.
Yeah,
I am
yeah,
absolutely going to kill him. Oh my God, I'm going to kill him so good."
Yeah, you and me both, Killian.
Great. Now I can't feel my legs. I'm down to one arm. One freaking arm.
Both your arms are actually pretty good.
And you can throw one of them off and still control it. You're
One
the
of
most...
them's a weed.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Check it out. Oh, you can. Right? Oh, you can. Right? Oh, you can. Like the tin man.
I think he's saying oil can.
I thought he was saying brown.
You hear crinkle tinkles.
Fuck.
They're coming from the floor. You can tell now that you're all on floor. You can tell that it's kind of reverberating through the crystal that's taken over this room. And yeah, the crinkle tinkles are building, and they're getting way louder. And you hear the beginning of a song start to play, and then through the very crystal that has encased this room, you hear another verse of the song.
Saved from the darkness by my child, locked in a cage of glass and steel. But my true love remains in exile, beckoning me to break the seal into this crystal kingdom.
I'm actually going to say the lyrics out loud because I think some folks have trouble understanding Vocaloids. Not most people like don't have an.
I don't speak Vocaloid.
Yeah, I don't have an ear for it. The voice just sang, "Saved from the darkness by my child, locked in a cage of glass and steel, but my true love remains in exile, beckoning me to break the seal into this crystal kingdom."
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Is anybody writing this shit down?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, not me, but I assume somebody is.
Yeah. Perhaps they could send it to us.
And as that verse wraps up, another rift opens in space. Merle, you're probably the only person that can really like get up to see this happen. And out of that rift, that white fire comes out of it. And those loose pieces of crystal shards that the golem kind of abandoned when it left this room start to self-form again. Merle, you see your arm, your poor crystallized arm sort of float into this mass and come together to form another crystal golem. This one is actually way more like slender than the other ones you've seen. It looks like weirdly like bony, almost like a crystal skeleton with these long, much longer, much sharper looking appendages. And this menacing apparition comes and stands over the five of you, all laying paralyzed on the ground. And through all of your stones of far speech, you hear a voice say, "Well, this is hardly fair."
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture. Artist owned.
Listener supported.
Ty is a pedantic person. I think when he pronounces these words, it's in a very show-offy way. Gyro.
Gyro.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Adventure Zone, a podcast about the rest of our podcast. We're talking about our own podcast that we make. It's kind of like Talking Dead if the creators of Walking Dead talked about their own show and how dope it was. So it's kind of a snake eating its own tail, but it's also like a snake sucking its own dick.
Griffin, I love that you're explaining this like we haven't been releasing the Adventure Zone on every off week since we started the podcast.
On the fucking deep web. Yeah, I put it up on the Big Gulp RSS feed.
Yeah, everybody's been getting it, right? Like, I've been putting a lot of work into the Adventure Zone.
It's Max Fun Drive. Should we introduce ourselves? It must be so weird for regular listeners to hear us talking with our normal voices.
Because we always do character voices, right?
Yeah.
Well, I got some surprises for you.
Oh, wow. I'm really looking forward to it. My name is Justin McElroy. I played the role of Taco.
My name is Travis McElroy, and I inhabit Magnus Burnside's
dad.
My name is Clint McElroy, and I am Merle Hyde Church.
Yep.
Church, not Tower. No.
I'm Griffin McElroy, and I play the role of fucking Clark, Gundren, Barry Blue Jeans, Yeemick, the director, Killian, Kurtz, Jenkins, Angus, Jess.
Davenport,
yeah, that's me. Actually, Davenport, not a lot of people know this, is the guy from Wings. Was Steven him?
Steven Weber?
Steven Weber?
Travis's friend, Steven Weber?
My dear friend, Steven Weber.
Steven Weber does Davenport.
Who actually knows that this show exists. I told him about it once at a party, and he was... I was about to say fascinated, but I feel like that's probably not true.
I doubt very much that information maybe stayed up in the spongy brain of Steven Weber. I doubt that information still exists in his mind sponge.
It probably didn't get past, oh, look, they got those little weenies wrapped in bacon.
Yeah, that's probably his priorities.
Yeah, if I'm triaging information for Steven Weber's brain, I'm tossing out the Dungeons and Dragons podcast in flavor of pork wrap pork.
So this is going to be weird. I was so excited to do the Adventure Zone because I think there's a market here for after podcast discussion shows. But typically in this type of medium, it's not the people who make the shit talking about their own shit.
Right.
Well, can I make a suggestion?
Please do.
What if we just kind of took turns asking each other questions and having some audience questions and until we hit on like a conversation nugget, and then we mined it for all it was worth.
Let's dig for that nug. I do want to talk though. It is the Max Fun Drive. That is why we're doing this midweek episode. Max Fun Drive. We are a member of the Maximum Fun organization. We have been for a very long time. We joined them with my brother and me in 2011. And we've been happily been a member for years. This network and the people who listen to it and donate to it have supported us and allowed us to branch out and do new stuff like the Adventure Zone. Like straight up, the Adventure Zone, it takes a lot of time to make, and we kind of knew it would from the beginning, and we wouldn't be able to do that if it was not for the donations and support. So like we're going to talk about the Max Fun Drive and how great it is to be a part of the network, but like this show, this thing you're listening to with your ears right now would not exist if it was not for the Maximum Fun community and the Max Fun Drive.
So just to give you a quick rundown here, we'll get more into this later, but if you'd like to give to the network, if you listen to just our show or a few shows on Max Fun, you can go to MaximumFun.org/donate. We got several different levels for you. I want to talk to you. Let me just pick one at random here. Let me tell you about the $20 a month level. If you can pledge $20 a month for the shows that you listen to on Maximum Fun, here's what you're going to get. You're going to get the Max Fun Adventure Necessities Kit. That is a sort of a multi-tool, a paracord bracelet, some toilet tissue in like a travel container, and a hot cocoa mix. And you're also going to get a bandana with the original designs from your favorite podcast on the network, whichever podcast you pick.
I'm gonna assume you'll pick the Adventure Zone, and our bandana looks dope as fuck.
It's a really good bandana, but maybe most fun of all is you are going to get an archive, access to a Maximum Fun archive that has so much bonus content.
It is a fucking national treasure book of secrets dungeon of radio content.
I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say I think it's 75 hours worth of material.
It's several days.
Not just of our show. There's not 75 hours of Adventures in out here. That would be nice.
No, but there is. I'm very, very excited, and I hope that you donate so you can listen to. I DM'd a bonus episode of the Adventure Zone where we created a whole new world, all new characters, played through a puzzle dungeon. It was my first time ever DMing ever in my life, and it was incredibly fun, and I'm pretty proud of the way it turned out, so I hope everybody gets to check it out.
You did a great job, son.
Thank you, Dad. Finally, he's proud of me. I've done it. I'm waiting for you to say those words, Dad.
Sing, Papa, can you hear me?
No.
I'm just psyched that somebody else on this podcast now knows how fucking hard this is.
It's so fucking hard,
yeah, it's really tough. Anyway, we call it the Adventure Zone. Are we calling it the Adventure Zone Steam or the Adventure Zone Nights?
I kind of like the Adventure Zone Nights.
Okay. Yeah, we're trying to also figure out, we should talk about this now too. It was a lot of fun, and we really liked that world, and we didn't want to just like suspend it and then maybe return to it after we were done with this campaign, after the core Adventure Zone campaign. Do we want to commit to this right now? Do we want to fucking throw our hat over the fence?
I want to commit to, if we hit the Max Fun goal of 5,000 new and upgrading donors, we will do at least 3 more Adventure Zone Nights bonus episodes this year. Now, those will be only available to donors. Yeah. So if you want to hear them, you're going to have to donate. but we will do more Adventure Zone nights.
The cool thing is, if you donate just $5 a month for like the shows that you listen to on the network, even if you're just listening to our shows, it's like 2 hours worth of podcasting fun.
More than that,
$5 a month. Like, I think it's pretty good.
Because you also get the stuff that we did last year, which includes the live show that we did at LA.
Well, I meant like
Podcast.
2 hours a month of this show for $5. It seems like a pretty good.
You'd pay
deal
more
to
than
me.
that to see Deadpool, and we
Yeah,
break the
way
fourth wall
more.
way more than he does.
That's
Yeah.
true. And we say,
Especially if you win every day.
we make a lot more jokes about wieners and boobs.
MaximumFun.org/donate is that address. We'll talk more about that in a second. First, I'd like to hear a question from Dad.
Okay.
How do you play Dungeons and Dragons? I still don't get it. I'm still
How do dice work?
Help me, boys. Help me, boy. Oh, boys, I swallowed all my dice. Oh,
What am I rolling?
Oh, dang, I got all my dice down in my pooper.
All right, that's the first 5 checked off.
I just want to go ahead and raise a concern that I swallowed all my dice and now they're stuck in my pooper is not really a question as much as it is sort of a cry for help.
Well, it is, but it's so
Declarative?
obvious.
No, it's not a question at all, Dad. There was no interrogative statement. It's fact. You swallowed all
That's
your
true.
dice and they're stuck in
Is
your
the,
pooper.
is the question, did I swallow all my dice and now they're stuck in my pooper? The answer is yes.
All right, here's the first one. Off to a great start with this one. Griffin,
Yo.
any advice for new GMs? Apparently general managers.
Game Master.
New Griffin McElroys.
Game
I
Master.
am running my first campaign, long-time player, first-time DM, and this is like a talk show. And anything you might have would be helpful. Lindsay is asking that. What kind of advice would you have for GMs,
Fluid.
which I can only...
Game
No,
Master.
Game Master.
No,
Game Master is like how you would refer to it on like an MMO. Like somebody who works like an MMO and like logs in and
I don't
stuff where he's a
I don't really
GM.
understand for games so there's lots of other RPGs out there. There's stuff like Pathfinder and Shadowrun is another one. There's like a ton of these pen and paper RPGs, and most of them use the term Game Master, not Dungeon Master, which I get, right? Like I think maybe we should adopt this terminology because how many fucking dungeons have you boys been in?
That's true.
Just the one, right? Well, I guess we're kind of in like an expansive dungeon.
The whole world's a
Now.
dungeon, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
and it's a vampire.
Yeah.
Griffin.
It's funny you say that. I get books sent to me for Polygon stuff because I write about D&D sometimes for Polygon, and so the Wizards of the Coast folks send me those books. Maybe it's for this podcast. I don't know. I've never really stopped to ask, but they just
I get them too, and I don't write for
Oh, really?
anybody.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, did you get Curse of Strahd? There's a new
No.
They have these campaign books that they send out, and then you're just supposed to read them. And it's a really interesting way of doing it, and I like perusing them. Although I haven't straight up lifted anything from them, but they have campaigns arranged in these books, and you read them, and then you use them to lead your players through these campaigns. And the most recent one they sent out is the Curse of Strahd, which is basically like Quest for Glory 4. The Shadows of Darkness, where it's just everything, man. Frankenstein's, vampires, all that shit, spooky stuff. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just you mentioning vampires made me think of it.
Can I just say, if we could have a campaign where we meet a Frankenstein and
A Frankenstein's monster.
No, a Frankenstein.
No, a Frankenstein. Vic. Let's meet Victor.
Okay. Or any Frankenstein, like his cousin Stephen Frankenstein.
Alan Frankenstein.
Please, Dr. Frankenstein was my father. Come on in.
I dropped out of med school. It was a little intense.
I'm more of a musician. Do you like the oboe?
Like, if Griffin could just answer the question.
Oh, yeah.
No jokes.
One piece of advice.
I can't it's hard to say because what I do and what we do here in the show, I think is actually pretty different from what most Dungeon Master, Game Master people are going to be doing, just playing around a table with their friends. Because and we talked about this before. The folks who run the official D&D podcast had me on as a guest a couple months ago, and I talked at length about this because I don't think I do a lot of proper DMing because this thing is as much as it is a actual play podcast. It's also a very storytelling heavy podcast, and so there's a lot of narrative going on, and not a lot of for instance, long battles. When I used to play D&D with a group in Ohio when I was living in Cincinnati, we would get together, and then one night, 1 2-hour session of us hanging out would just be we get through a single big battle. And if we did that,
Well, that was also 4th edition, though, when we used to.
4th edition, yeah, it was 4th edition was more of a tactics tabletop board game. 5th edition is more about, I think, more about creative solutions to problems and stuff like that, which does move things along a little bit faster. That's right, Trap. But you guys don't get into that many fights in this podcast, right? And when you do, they typically aren't prolonged. As a rule, I try and keep them shorter than at least half the length of the episode, because I don't think there's anything like particularly interesting about just getting into a big long fight. Do you guys agree with that? Like, I'm curious how you guys feel about that. We've never really talked about it before.
Well, we don't really look for conventional solutions to our fights.
Yeah, that's true. Like Gary was on our dick about how there was a big barrel.
That red barrel,
oh my God,
is the albatross around our necks.
And people were like, why didn't they do it? And like some people thought that they it was like a we were working around it like from a creative strategic or we just didn't think that was the right, like we just didn't listen. Yeah. Like a lot of times you just don't listen.
We're not good at this.
It is really actually genuinely kind of tough to, and I'm sure Griffin's doing the same thing to many times over, but it is tough to balance. Like, there are a lot of times where, like, if I was trying to win an encounter, I would do different things than I do on the show, because it's like really hard to find a balance between like, okay, I have to find something that's like funny or entertaining to do. Yeah, but like makes sense from a gameplay perspective.
In real life, when I've played D&D outside of this show, the number of times that I've said, okay, tell me again. And if you take the number of times I do that actually on this show, multiply that by like 10. Because I'll make DM just like describe the setup over and over again. And then I can do things like pick out like, I'm supposed to do this.
It is so hard. I'm like really genuinely like really bad at like imagining environments in my head, like and holding, like I think maybe the part of your brain that thinks of dumb shit to say maybe the same part of your brain that imagines fantasy worlds, because like I can't keep two of them spinning at the same time.
So like all of this is to say that we do a lot. I do a lot of stuff in the planning of the campaign and stuff to make it interesting radio. And you don't have to do that when you're playing around a table. And I'm saying one is not better or worse than the other. It's just like a different thing. Some of the like people who have gotten more frustrated with our show, which is like totally fine. It's all an expectations thing, because if you expect us to just like play straight D&D, then I imagine this podcast would actually be kind of disappointed. The only like, it's just a different thing. And I think there's something really entertaining about, honestly, that type of game where the more actual play, rules heavy stuff, we can't do that remotely. I honest to God don't think we could, because the amazing stuff that happens, like my entry into D&D was the Wizards of the Coast Penny Arcade sessions that they would do, and like at times it would be hysterical when somebody like rolls a critical miss on like the final hit against the boss and everything just goes shitty. Like that's some of the funniest shit ever, and you don't get that when you're playing remotely. So like we have to do that too. So I have not answered your question even remotely. Like I think the most important thing for you to do is to just have the way I've structured this is to have a broad arc with micro arcs inside of it, and just sort of like structuring it out like that is really helpful, because then you can let those micro arcs be inspired by anything. Like Rachel and I watched all of the Fast and the Furious movies. We bought the whole collection on Blu-ray and just like burned through them in a weekend. That was Pedals to the Metal. A lot of people thought it was Mad Max. I had written that like way before we had seen Mad Max, although certainly the similarities were there. It was all like, it was specifically the fucking scene where Vin Diesel jumps out of the car to catch Letty in the air. Y'all know I'm talking about Fast
I
6?
did, yes.
Like, I saw that shit and I was like, bidding, like, that's it. That literally, that one moment from one Fast and the Furious movie was like, okay, I'm going to do a whole arc about this. And then once, all you need is that one, like, foothold, and literally the rest of the thing just sort of writes itself around it. I think just, like, not adhering to the books. Like, read the books if you want. Buy the starter set and just read. There's basically, essentially a magazine-sized, like, starter for the Phandalin campaign, which I'm really happy we used, because, like, I was so nervous. I had no idea what I was doing. I had nothing written out when we started. I was just going straight off that book. And 3 episodes in, I had a lot of stuff down. So, like, I don't think there's any problem with, like, starting out with somebody else's stuff and then spiraling off into your own thing. But don't feel like you have to adhere to, like, the book so completely, both in terms of like the plot and also like the setting and tone, like the
monsters and stuff. Do you like adjust that?
I don't use anything. I don't use anything from like the monster manual. I make all that shit up from whole cloth because it's easy. It's just like you come up with a thing and then you plug some numbers into it. It's easy as hell to come up with your own stuff. And I think just sort of coming up with an idea and letting that be inspired by literally anything. Like this whole Crystal Kingdom arc. I was watching Alien and Aliens. And the idea, and it's kind of spiraled off into something different even from what that was, but I like the idea of this like sci-fi setting where you guys were being pursued. That was like literally the whole impetus for Crystal Kingdom, and the fact that I really wanted to use a Vocaloid voice. But that's what I'm talking about. Like those were two. That was because the Vocaloid stuff was I was listening to a lot of Porter Robinson, who has an album called Worlds that has like Vocaloids in every track, and it's awesome. It's like one of my favorite albums maybe ever. And like listening to that, I got inspired to do a Vocaloid voice, and that inspired this arc too. So like,
and he was also one of the greatest artists ever on the Grand Ole Opry.
No,
he used to team up with Dolly Parton.
Yeah, Dolly Parton and Hatsune Miku would get together and do some beautiful duets.
Can I ask? I have a question for Dad and Justin. Can I ask?
Certainly, go right ahead.
So this, Justin, you had played once before, and Dad, this was your first foray into Dungeons and Dragons. When you approached character creation, what inspired you to make your characters the way that you did, both in like personality and like the way that you decided to like play them?
Well, for me, I had never played D&D before, which always it shocks me how surprised people are when they hear that.
Well, you're just a big old dorcas. Fucking nerd.
I know, and I wear it proudly. But I've also played a lot of fantasy-based video gaming, and I've been playing WoW for like.
I want to specifically ask about WoW. Do you feel like that? When I started playing D&D 4th edition, I was amazed because that was my first time playing D&D. I was amazed at how much like video games have cribbed from this system that has evolved over time. But like, there's some stuff in here that is just like, well, that's in every video game.
Well, and I've been playing I was playing Zork.
Yeah, and Ultima and all
when
those.
it first came out. And I think you learn a lot of things at a real basic level, such as when you guys started talking about the roles you wanted to play and what kind of characters you wanted to play. I mean, it became real obvious that we were going to need a healer type. So that was, I started from there, and then I kind of looked at and saw the other races we had, and we wanted to try something a little different. And
if memory serves, you and Justin kind of re-rolled at the end of the first arc because you mostly used like the pre-generated sheets, but then after playing for a bit and you got really into the player's handbook, you like figured out that you wanted the whole nature thing was not how you started, but it's where you are now, and I'm really glad. Like, that's my favorite thing.
And it's like we said before. What we're trying to do is not necessarily be overpowering the best players, winning all the time, overpowering every battle. We're looking for scenarios that are fun and interesting, and and it's a different kind of fun.
Because really, 3 players is not a full team. You're supposed to have 4.
Right. 4 or 5,
so we don't really have enough to like bruise in and like smash apart everything.
Sure.
And I think that it really came home when we created the new characters for the Steam universe. That
really,
was
fucking great. Yeah.
Then it was fun. Then it was. I felt it was a little bit more liberated. It was a little bit more, okay, what do you want to do that'll be fun? And I think that's where we came up with those characters.
What about Taco? I want to know about Taco's inception, creation, everything.
Okay, so Taco is a character that I play on the Adventure Zone, who I largely improvised everything about Taco.
Including the name.
Including his name as he was created. And I started doing the voice for him. And like, I don't know where the voice, it was basically my friend Michael Beck.
Oh my God. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Just the Michael Beck voice.
Yeah.
And so my friend Michael Beck is Taco, or it's like his voice is Taco. So I'm basically just doing Michael Beck's voice for Taco.
Sorry, this is an amazing revelation for me, and I imagine for the audience too that there's somebody who exists and lives in the real physical world that we all know, who kind of sounds like Taco a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically he doesn't like really act like Taco, but
no, he's not really an elf whiz.